hold me like you do, and 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 hold me
Good morning, good morning, good morning. It is Monday. It also is St. Patrick's Day. It also is the day that Gannon Stout's body was found in Florida in the suitcase, which is sad. And it's also Patricia Burns' birthday today. So if we see her on today in this stream or around these YouTube streets, make sure you wish her a happy birthday. Good morning, everyone. Let me say hi to you guys. Good morning, Boss Lady, Muffins Mimi. Good morning, Mary Ann. Good morning, Tony. Good morning, Adrian. Good morning, Nadine, my boo. Good morning, Mrs. Troy. It's good to see you. Rachel Lee, good morning. Nope, not today. Good morning. How are you guys? I hope everybody had a fantastic weekend. I did. I spent my time with my Livy Chicky Nugget Pot Pie Esquire. We had my granddaughter. We had a fantastic time. We went grocery shopping and we saw all kinds of stuff for Easter. And we had a good time. It was a good family weekend. Hey, Sarah Bell, good to see you, babe. So yeah, today's subject matter, though, is a little dark. Obviously, it deals with 3 12-year-olds and a heinous crime. So I want to caution you guys what we're going to listen to today is Anissa Weir's interrogation. I've already put the link in the description where you can find the interrogation if you just want to go back and listen to it, without my commentary or whatever. So it's in the description for you. It's from Down the Rabbit Hole True Crime. So that's there. What else? So let me give you a little bit of backstory. This happened a long time ago. This happened back in 2014, May 31st of 2014. There was a cyclist riding his bike who found 12-year-old Payton Leutner, and she was gravely injured. And he called 911 and, first responders arrived, and she had crawled out of the woods and was on the side of the road. Okay. She was stabbed 19 times. So she survived, and she told investigators what happened. Good morning, Carol. Good to see you. And essentially what had happened was this. Her two friends, Morgan Geyser and Anissa Weier. I don't know. It's hard for me to pronounce her last name for what my mouth doesn't want to do it. They had been at a slumber party, the three of them, and they snuck out to the woods, and they told Payton that they were going to play hide and seek, and that Morgan would be the first person to be the seeker, and the other two girls were to hide. And they had a much more sinister agenda. Morgan and Anissa had become obsessed with this online fictional character, Slender Man. And the girls believed that if they killed Payton, that then Slender Man would not come and kill their families. That's what they said. Okay. So we're going to listen to the interrogation of Anissa first. Yes, the country. Listen, I have a different people mispronounce my last name all the time, so I'm like, I get it, and I try to when we get to where it's um, I found the trial of Anissa. It's Law and Crime is the one. Law and Crime Network streamed it, but they weren't long crime then, and you can see their original logo on the stream. But so that this is how we're going to do it. So we're going to listen to Anissa's interrogation today. Tomorrow we're going to listen to Morgan's. Then we're going to start with Anissa's trial, and then we'll go through Morgan's hearings. So ultimately, what ended up happening, as far as the charges go, is the girls were charged as adults. Also, good morning, Chicken Lady. It's good to see you, babe. Good morning, Violet. Good morning, Adrian. Good to see you. Thank you guys for being here. And before I forget, please do your girl a favor and give me a thumbs up on the stream. I'd appreciate it. Okay. So the girls were charged as adults. They were charged with first-degree attempted murder. Okay. And this whole case has like a broader subject matter, because what do you do with children who commit crimes like this, right? How do we as a society and the justice system determine there's what sentence is appropriate? Because this is where I really struggle, because scientifically there's been so much research and so many things done, right? We know that the frontal lobe, which is controls a lot of a lot of things, your emotions, your impulses, things like that, right, isn't fully developed until you're 25. And that is like an average. I mean, obviously everybody's an individual. So is it possible maybe that somebody's frontal lobe is done developing at 23 or 24? Sure. But the average is 25. Okay. Then on top of that, they are in the adult justice system. Well, one of the fundamental processes of the adult justice system is that in order for an adult to be determined to be competent at trial, now granted, the bar is set very low for an adult, but one of the elements is they must be able to assist in their defense and understand their charges. Okay. How does a 12-year-old understand the charges? Number one, I mean, fully appreciate the charges. And how does a 12-year-old assist in their own defense? How does a 12-year-old know what is important for their lawyer to know? Because that's part of assisting, in your own defense. A 12-year-old would have to solely rely on their attorney to do and to know what's best. That's very hard. Hey, Rosalie Paul, good to see you. Hey, Kimberly, good to see you. And I don't know if I said good morning to you, Violet. Good morning, Violet. So this is a broader conversation as we get more towards the trials and testimony from expert witnesses, psychologists, psychiatrists that evaluated Morgan and Anissa will have those conversations. But that is the goal. And being that today is the 17th, I think that we should have enough material to go through to get us to around April 7th or 8th. Speedy Gonzalez says, welcome in, by the way. This took place in the town I live in. So scary. I know friends of mine's siblings grew up with them. It's scary. Look, I followed the case, but to be honest with you guys, you know how it is. If you're not new, I'm going to tell you. There's a lot of information up in this brain of mine, and sometimes old information gets overwritten with new information, and it's been a minute, so we're going to go through this together, and I'm either going to learn new things or remember things, so we'll talk about it as we go. But for me, um, I have not watched the hearings with Morgan that took place this year. I have watched old hearings because she's petitioned for release a couple of times. I've watched old hearings. So, we're going to get to that and we're going to talk about it. It happened in 2014, Kimberly. So, we're going to we're going to go through all of the things, and I have to confess, I'm really, when it comes to these girls being released, I I'm on the fence with it, really. I don't, and here's why. I'm on the fence because while I trust in psychiatrists, psychologists, mental health professionals, and their evaluations, um, it they're giving an educated guess on, but nobody can predict the future, right? And with Morgan particularly, she's been diagnosed schizophrenic, okay? And her being released and not a potential threat to society hinges on her taking her medication all the time. And as we go through it, you're going to see Morgan hasn't always done that. And there's been other things, but we're not there yet. So I don't want to give any spoilers. So hang on just a sec. So Violet asks, will she be on community supervision or some monitoring? Okay. I'm not, like I said, I didn't watch these last hearings because I was covering Todd Mullis. So I'm behind. And hey, call me Sadie. Good to see you, babe. Hey, chicken shite. Good to see you. So I'm not exactly sure I know she got a conditional release. That I know. But what those specific conditions are, I'm not sure. And I'm not sure how all of it's going to work, right? I mean, the truth of the matter is, even with people, I mean, best laid plans, right? you know? So we'll see when we get there. Several cats in a trench coat. I love that name. Oh, think of all the things that several cats in a trench coat could do. Says this was a prime example of why I'm so against children having unfettered access to the internet. This is the thing about that's another part of the conversation. See, okay, my children grew up, my older three. There are 7 years between my oldest daughter and my youngest daughter. My older three kids grew up in a time where it was still AOL and dial-up. Um, I wanna say that they were probably, I don't know, 5, 4, and 3. when DSL came and all that stuff. So that they're from the generation that grew up where you know, they when they were young, there weren't smartphones and stuff like that. Their smartphones didn't come into their lives until like eighth grade, ninth grade, in that area. Maybe I'll just say middle school, like seventh, eighth, somewhere in there, where they were common. It's not like they weren't around. It's just that you know they weren't common for kids. But my youngest daughter grew up with all of those things being available. And I think that I don't think that initially in the early 2000s or mid 2000, 2014, I'm not sure exactly how aware of the internet really the parents were. Like, I don't know if they fully appreciated that the World Wide Web really means, as it pertains to anybody, adults and children, that you're really letting in the world when you go online. You have access to the world, and that is just, I mean, the internet, just like society, is full of good people and it's full of bad people. It just is. Whenever there's humans involved, that's how it goes. And so that's, I don't, I think we've learned a lot um, about internet and internet safety as it pertains to kids, especially. So, I'm always of the opinion that when you know better, you do better. So we're going to get to all of those topics and all of those issues. Um, and then, but let's first start with Anissa. All right. Oh, wait, hold on. Come on, Jen. Get it together, girl. And I'm going to put the closed captions on because I think those are important. All right. And I want you guys to remember just that, what we're dealing with here. Okay. This is a crime that was committed against a 12-year-old by two other 12-year-olds. So, if you've got to step away, it's cool. Do whatever it is that you need to do to protect yourselves. Okay. We don't judge here. We don't judge our chat or the people that are watching here at the ward. The only people we judge are the criminals. All right, here we go.
All right, I found you some water. Are you doing okay? Are you warm enough in here? Mm-hmm. It gets kind of chilly because of the concrete and the marble and stuff. Would you like a blanket? We can give you a blanket. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Do you need anything to eat? Okay. You sure? Mm-hmm. Okay. Maybe as you kind of relax a little bit, you might find that you're starting to get hungry. But try to drink some water, okay? And I'll be right back with you, okay?
Can I ask a quick question?
Sure.
I just wanted to know how far I walked, because I'm usually not very athletic, and just want to know. Trying to think of someplace close to where I live. You know the Kmart that closed down in Waukesha?
Off of Sunset? I do. Mm-hmm.
I walked from there, I walked from the condos close to there, the marshy area, all the way to Steinhoffel's, to where the sheriff found us.
I had forgotten. I mean, I've seen these before. I've seen the girls' interrogations before. In fact, I think I watched it on the channel that I shared with. It's in the description. And I would be remiss if I didn't comment that every time I've seen these interrogations, it still shocks me what Anissa's first question is. Every time. Yeah. I'm sure that she's probably scared, but I can't, she's not crying. She's almost flat in her effect. This never ceases to shock me. I must confess. All right, here we go. Let's keep going. I don't want to interrupt too much, but obviously I need to pause for fair use. All right, here we go.
Okay.
Do you know how far that would be?
Is it, the Steinhoffels, like, by the car dealerships, by, like, Fleet Farm? That's Steinhoffels? I'm not positive which Steinhoffels it was.
I remember, a sign saying, like, it was a freeway, and then it was to, like, Sussex and Chantix, and then an arrow pointing up, and then another one, it said Milwaukee, and then an arrow pointing this way.
Oh, okay. You know, I'm not real certain. I think, why don't I just try to get some specifics as to where, because I honestly don't know where the deputy has found you, and I'm being 100% honest with you. And this whole time that I'm going to be talking today, I'm going to be very honest, and I'm not trying any tricks or anything, okay? I can see that you're upset.
Okay, Violet, are you in my brain? If you're up there in that brain of mine, could you don't really touch anything. Nobody understands my filing system over there, but just don't jostle anything around. It's quite cluttered up there. All right. Violet says Jen Lou, a collab with you and Dr. B would be fascinating. Well, I talked to Dr. B about this case, and Dr. B was not quite a doctor at the time that this took place, but this is one of the cases that they studied, and she has tons of notes. And so I have already reached out to her, and she's going to look for those, and there will be a collab. I think as we get more into the trial of Anissa, when the psychiatrists and psychologists start testifying, that's when the ward will call our expert witness, Dr. B, to testify to explain stuff to us. But whenever any of this kind of stuff happens, especially with children, I absolutely rely on Dr. B. She is the best and my bestie. All right, here we go.
And, but I will try to find out that information for you. Do you have a wrist, a bracelet on?
I have two.
Can I have you take those off? Thank you.
I made that one, and then my friend Kelly gave me this one.
Oh, they're neat. My nieces and nephews made me the rubber band one. Mm-hmm. Okay. All right, I will be right back with you, okay? Just give me a couple minutes. Okay.
This is about Morgan. She can be a little jumpy and like get off task and look around and forget what she's saying in the middle of a sentence a lot.
Okay.
All right, I swear this is going to be the last time I pause for a while. Violet says, Jen Lou, it's like Candyland in your brain. Candyland and Stranger Things. Yes. Oh, we have a celebrity. Hey, Wolfie, good to see you, babe. But we also have a celeb in our house. Hey, Mel, whatever. How you doing, babe? I've missed your face. When are you going to do some more videos? Mel, whatever is hilarious. All right, here we go. All right, I promise I'm going to be quiet for a while.
Because, like, she says she hears voices, too. But I just wanted to tell you.
So we're aware of that? Maybe not. Okay. Put off by that then? Okay. Well, thank you for telling me that. Okay. Okay. I will be right back. I just wanna let you know that it's 3:45. Sometimes it's hard to know what the time is, and kind of lose track. Do you wanna come on over by the table here?
Sure. Should I just move this chair over too?
Yeah, you can slide the chair over. It's fine. That's okay. It's loud in here, right? Echoes?
Yeah.
So I need to know the story as to what happened today, because it's been quite a day, you know, and even stuff that happened, you know, yesterday. And I kind of know bits and pieces, but I don't know the full-on truth. And the only people that know, you know, really what happened are people that were in the place where it happened, okay? Your parents know that you're here talking to me, okay? And
Are they scared?
I'm glad they're so glad that you're safe. We were scared for you guys, okay? And before I find out the truth from you, before I find out what the real story is of what happened today, I need to read you your rights, your Miranda rights. Have you ever heard of that before?
Okay.
Have you ever seen a show where sometimes on TV they read people their rights, like cop shows and stuff like that?
Like when somebody gets arrested, they say, so you're under arrest for da-da.
Right. And then they read them their constitutional rights. Okay. So I'm going to read those rights to you. Okay. And the main point is here, I still don't know what happened, and I don't know who did what, and I need to know that today. Okay, because you know some serious stuff happened today, and I need to know. Okay, but I can't ask you any of those questions until I read you the rights. Okay. Okay. So first off, I'm gonna write today's date down. Do you know what day of the week it is today?
Saturday.
Yes. I don't wear a watch, so I use my phone. And it's Anissa, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And your middle initial.
E.
And how do you spell your last name?
Weier.
Okay. And what's your date of birth?
November 10th, 2001.
Okay. And so that makes you
12.
Okay. And what is your home address?
My parents are divorced, so do you want the one that's registered with my school?
Oh, who do you, is it 50/50?
Actually, I think this question that she asks is a rather astute question to ask, right? You're asking me where do I live, but my parents are divorced. So which address is my legal address? Essentially is what she's asking, which I don't know. I don't know. Maybe 12-year-olds do ask that. See, now it's been a while. Like my kids are all adults now, and I'm dealing with my granddaughter, right? Like on a day-to-day, dealing with is not the right word. I spend time with my granddaughter day to day. And so she's 4. Okay. She doesn't ask these kinds of questions. And I cannot remember. I don't know if this is average for a 12-year-old. I'm going to have to think on this. I'll get back to you guys. All right, here we go.
Do you spend half the time at your mom's, half the time?
My mom works third shift.
Okay.
So every day after school, she picks me up from the bus stop and takes me to her house. And then after my dad's done working, he picks up my little brother and I up.
Okay. What address is registered with the school?
1520 Unit K, Big Bad Road, Waukesha, Wisconsin.
Okay. And that was Unit K, like King.
Yep.
Okay. And do you know your home phone number?
We don't have a home phone there.
What number, if I wanted to call you, I'd probably get a hold of you through your dad or your mom, right?
I don't remember my dad's number, but I know my mom's.
Okay, what's your mom's number?
262 893 9347.
Mom's number. Okay. What's your mom's name?
Christy Lynn Weier.
Okay. All right.
Weier.
So
Now
you go
we know how to
school,
say
right?
it.
Yes.
And you're at Corning.
Yes, ma'am.
Is this your, what year are you?
This is my first year. I'm a sixth grader.
Sixth grade. Okay. Okay, I'm going to read these rights to you. You have the right to remain silent. If you decide to give up that right, anything you say may be used against you in court. You have the right to consult with an attorney and have an attorney present during any questioning. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be provided to you by the court. In understanding these above rights, are you willing to speak with me and tell me what happened today? Is that a yes?
The silly thing about this was I didn't know I was in danger until after Morgan stabbed Payton, or Bella, as people call her.
They call her Bella?
Uh-huh.
Okay. You go to school with Payton?
Yes,
Bella? Okay. So, can we start from the beginning? So you guys, this was a birthday party, right? Okay, kind of tell me what happened.
So, there's this website called the Creepypasta Wiki.
Okay.
It's full of like horror stories that are meant to purposely scare you through like online literature and all that.
Okay.
And there's one of them called Slender Man. It's like really Slender Man. It's
Slender?
Slender Man.
Oh, Slender Man, like a skinny guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he has these proxies or servants, as people call them.
Okay.
Masky and hoodie. And Morgan said, "Hey, Anissa, we should be proxies." And I was like, "Okay, how would we do that?" And that was around end of December, beginning of January.
Okay. And a proxy again, what is a proxy?
It's like a servant or like an apprentice.
Okay, and they're a servant of who?
Whichever, they kind of don't have a choice. Slender's like the really big, he's like the head of it all, supposedly.
Okay, so Slender's the big guy.
Yeah.
The top guy. And the proxies are his puppets.
Yes, that's how people put them, puppets.
Oh, okay. Boy, I never even heard this before. Okay. And it's called Creepypasta Wiki?
Yes, ma'am.
Like W-I-K-I?
Yes.
Okay.
You can find it online.
Sure.
Search.
Rachel, we gonna have to talk about this. Rachel says, but then again, a grown-ass woman tried to get her hubs offed because she's in love with Grant Amato. So what do I know? Yeah, we're gonna talk about that. I don't know. Let me think on it while we're listening to this, because yes, we definitely need to talk about that situation. Absolutely. Yeah, it was Grant Amato, you guys. Let me just for those of you who don't know, Grant Amato is serving time in prison for murder, which means he got caught. How are you going to how are you going to ask somebody who got caught to kill your husband? Do you think that's a good idea? I can't. Let me stop, because I can already tell I'm going to get out of control, and it's not the subject that we're supposed to be talking about. So let me get back to what we are supposed to be talking about. All right, let's keep going.
Something like I Love Jack, which is another killer. There are killers and proxies. Proxies are apprentices to killers, and killers are either by themselves or have proxies.
And the killers have the proxies do it for them?
No.
Okay. It's either killers or proxies?
Well, yeah.
Okay.
I don't know that much about proxies and all that.
Okay.
I just know what the internet has told me.
Okay. So the internet has told you you that the Slender, is there just one?
Yes.
Or, okay. So Slender has a bunch of proxies, a bunch of puppets.
Yes.
And amongst these puppets, there are also killers?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so proxies or puppets and killers are not the same?
Yes.
Okay.
Like on a triangle chart, Slender would be up here.
Okay.
Then it'd be like killers and then proxies.
Okay, so killers outrank the proxies.
Yeah. And then there's another creepypasta that's supposed to be really powerful. It's like Zalgo or something. It's supposedly a demon with 7 mouths that speak in 6 different tongues, but the 7th mouth doesn't speak until the world is about to end or something. That's what the wiki told me.
Okay, so wiki meaning the encyclopedia on the web, right?
And people can create their own short horror stories and all that.
Oh, okay. That'd be kind of fun. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So back in December, January, Morgan told you like, hey, we should be proxies, type thing.
Yeah.
And you said what? Like,
I said, okay, how would we do that? And she said, we have to heal Bella.
okay. Okay. And do you know why she said that? Like, why she said that?
Because we had to supposedly prove ourselves worthy to Slender.
Is she really into the creepypasta? Is she like?
Yeah.
So you said, okay, well, how do we do that? And she said, well, we have to kill Bella, meaning Payton.
Yes. People call her Bella.
Okay. Why is that?
Because in like kindergarten or something, there were 2 Paytons. So the Payton that we were talking about said, just call me Bella. It's my middle name. She went by that ever since.
Okay. And so she said, well, we have to kill Bella to prove ourselves to the Slender.
Yes.
And what did you think of this when she was telling you?
I was surprised, but like also kind of excited because I wanted proof that he existed, because there were a bunch of skeptics out there saying that he didn't exist. And then there's a bunch of photos online and sources online saying that they did see him.
Okay. So a lot of people believe that Slender actually exists.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's a lot of talk about this on the internet, I bet, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And so you at first thought.
At first I was kind of surprised and didn't want to do it, but later I didn't want to leave Morgan all by herself out here because who knows how many creeps are out here. So I decided to go along, tag along, plus I'd let it be kind of cool, prove skeptics wrong.
Okay. So did you think that you actually had to kill somebody to do it?
Yeah.
Like for real?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, and then there's another killer called Jeff the Killer on the Creepypasta wiki, but he is actually a real person, Jeffrey Woods. He supposedly murdered his whole family, so we're in there found that out, and we're just like, okay, so we know at least Jeff is real.
Okay.
So we got our hopes up and thought that everybody else was real.
Okay.
See, and this is where I think it would become very difficult for a psychiatrist or psychologist, right? Because there are 2 things that are happening at the same time. The girls looked into Slender Man, right? And creepypasta, and they weren't sure what was real versus what was not real, which that's analytical thinking, that's rational thinking. So when they found this other murderer, right, that is real, but yet so I'm not sure exactly how they would draw the conclusion that if one thing is real, then that means the other is real if they're not connected in any way. So but that suggests youth, 12. this is why this subject is so complicated, and figuring out what to do with kids like this is difficult. Also, let me fix this. This is bothering me. I don't know why. I don't really like it over down here because it's kind of like hard to see, but I don't want it to be over the top of her head because in case she makes any gestures, we need to be able to see that. All right, let's keep going.
And then Jeff is called what online?
Jeff the Killer. And supposedly he went insane, so he burned off his eyelids and took a butcher knife and cut a big smile into his face. And he was supposedly long black hair about down to here, and ice blue eyes. That's what the wiki said also.
And he killed a bunch of people?
Mm-hmm. Including his own family. That's what the news report said anyway.
Okay. So he's considered a Slender?
No, he's considered a killer.
He's considered a killer. Okay. Hence Jeff the Killer.
Yep.
And he's known to exist. News reports say that he exists.
If you go on Google Images and search Jeffrey Wood's news article, a bunch of news articles will come up, and then there'll be a picture of, a 17-year-old boy with, who kind of looks like me, but it was a black and white picture, and he had kind of the same hair as me also.
Okay. Did you cut your hair to make it look like this?
No.
No.
It was just coincidence.
And so you guys knew that Jeff the Killer, an actual killer in this triangle, exists, so you thought it would be exciting to find out, hey, if we can be a proxy and prove and do this, kill Bella, then we know that Slender exists.
If we saw him, actually, we think we see him sometimes.
Okay.
Like when we were walking up to where we were going, we saw him, I saw him out of the corner of my eye on this side.
Okay.
And then Morgan said she heard a twig crack when no one was moving.
So today, after everything happened with Bella, when you guys were walking, you thought you saw Slender as you were walking?
This was after Morgan stabbed her.
Okay. So you thought that possibly you would see the Slender?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Did you think that you guys killed Morgan? Bella?
Yeah. At first Morgan said I should do it, and that she didn't know what to do. So I handed her the knife that she brought with, and said, "You do it. I'm too squeamish." And she got the knife from her house. We asked her mom if we could play outside at the park, and her mom said, "Sure." So we went played at the park, and then I said, "Hey, why don't we go take a long walk?" So we walked, and then there was this grove of trees that we went into, and then we were trying to play hide and seek in the trees to distract her. So Morgan and I were also debating who does the deed, and at first it was me, but like I said, I was too squeamish and said, "No, you do it." So Morgan said, "Whenever you want." So I finally just had enough and said it now, because I was starting to get a little freaked out. And then Morgan jumped on top of Bella and started stabbing her repeatedly, and that's when I turned around because I couldn't stand to see that.
Okay. So Jeff the Killer is not real. And when I look him up, I found a bunch of stuff, but the best explanation is this. While Jeff the Killer is a fictional character, his story has occasionally been linked to real life events. often through urban legends and internet rumors. One such rumor claimed that a young boy named Jeffrey Woods was the real life inspiration for Jeff the Killer and that his story was based on actual events. However, this claim has been thoroughly discredited with no evidence to support the existence of Jeffrey Woods or the events described in creepypasta. So it's not real. Okay, just to let you guys know.
Okay.
And then, the whole time, Payton was screaming in agony. Saying stuff like, I hate you guys, I'll never forgive you, and I trusted you. Still, and, sorry. So we told her we were gonna get help, but we really weren't. We were gonna run and let her pass away. So we ran. We ran and we ran through like this marshy, woody area. And then we crossed the street and we went to another wooded area where we saw like a campsite or something. And then that's also where we found the bug spray too. That was in Morgan's bag.
Okay.
So we were walking, we went to Walmart and we used the bathroom and refilled our water bottles. And then we left. And then Morgan forgot her gloves in Walmart. So the whole time she was saying, I wish I had my gloves. And then
Which Walmart was that?
it was the Mega Walmart down by Prairie Elementary School. I don't know.
Oh, the big
street.
one? Right by the highway there?
Yeah. Whenever it rains really hard, the part where cars have to drive in all the time.
Right,
That one.
okay.
I don't know street names very well.
So Morgan forgot, what kind of gloves did she have?
They were black lace ones. They went down to about here, and then they had like the thumb hole, and they were black and lace. She had two of them, but she forgot them in the bathroom.
So the fingers are visible? Like it just starts right here, right? And it's just
And then
black
there's
lace.
a thumb hole. And
Right.
like I said, it was lace, so
Right.
you could see your hand through it.
Okay.
And
And she forgot those in the bathroom?
And then after that, we started walking in one direction, and we were walking for like an hour, and then I complained about being hot. And this was close to a cemetery. And so we sat, and I drank some water, and then we started up again. Then we just kept walking, and then I forget where, but I think we kept walking for a while until one time, walking in a straight line until Morgan said this way, because we were in downtown Waukesha by then. And yeah, we walked all the way downtown. We walked this whole time.
So you walked from Morgan's house to Walmart.
And then
That's by Highway 59, by that highway, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, that busy road. So you went from Morgan's to Walmart, left Walmart, and then you started walking.
when we found the cemetery, that's it, and I think it was close to Prairie Avenue or something, because by the gate it said, please go through Prairie Ave entrance.
Okay. Is that a railroad tracks right there?
Yes,
Mhm.
there is. So we just kept walking, and then when we got downtown to like, I forgot what it was called. It's like a memorial site or something downtown.
Okay.
It's like there's a bunch of stone and marble and benches. It's like
To buy kind of some
Eric.
water.
Yeah, it was like Eric's Memorial Park or something.
Veterans Memorial,
Yes.
maybe, where there's some flags, flagpoles maybe.
And then there was like one or two big stone pillars and then a bunch of smaller stone pillars with plaques on them.
Yeah. Okay.
And then after that, we turned left and then kept walking. We walked across a street and then went up a hill. And at the top of the hill, I asked Morgan for some water because we put the water in her bag. So I asked her for some water because it was like an hour and a half since I last drank some water. So I asked for some water and then we sat down and talked how far away we have to go. And then
Why do you have to go far away? What was this discussion about?
supposedly Morgan found out that Slender lives in the middle of, Slender has this big mansion that all the creepypastas supposedly live in. And it's supposedly in the middle of Nicollet National Park, or Forest, or whatever,
Okay.
up in Luna, Wisconsin. So we were gonna walk the whole way there. I realized it's really, really far.
Does she want to walk to Slender?
She knew that that if we asked someone for directions or anything, the police would probably be called because what isn't strange about a blonde girl with creepy eyes walking around with a blood-covered jacket, and then a girl next to her looking like this, wearing winter boots.
Yeah.
So we just kept walking, and then
That hill that you were talking about, was that up by like the hospital?
I think it was close to like a Ricky Rococo's or something. Like a Ricky Rococo's was here. Here was the Veterans Memorial. We walked this way across the street, and then there was this hill up here. So we walked up the whole hill, and we kept going straight. And then we just kept going straight, turning like every few seconds, because Morgan supposedly memorized a map, and she knew where we were.
Okay.
And then the next thing I remember was telling Morgan that I know where we were. We were close to the sign that says "Welcome to Waukesha" from Pewaukee.
Okay.
We were close to there. I told her that we could either walk up a hill and take a longer way around, or we could go straight and cut through the bushes and stuff close to the Fox River, I believe it is. The Fox River.
Did you go over the Fox River Bridge by Frank Park?
No.
Is that where you're?
Well,
All right, I got to pause for a little bit of fair use commentary. This is really a good point. So Several Cats in a Trench Coat says, it's hard to explain just how popular this stuff was if you didn't know about it at the time. I guess it's on the same level with the kids into scary stuff as Five Nights at Freddy's has been. Okay. I remember when all this happened, and I forgot to mention, you guys, there's two documentaries that I've only watched one. I'm going to watch the second one after we get off of here today. One of them is called Beware the Slender Man. That's a documentary that HBO did. It's on Max. You can stream it. The other one is, oh gosh, I think it's just the Slender Man stabbings, and it's on Apple TV. I'm sure there are other things that you can watch it on, but I stop looking whenever I find an app that I actually have. I'm sure you can buy it like on Google Play or um, maybe YouTube or Prime Video, any of those streaming services. But I remember asking my kids, my older kids at the time, if they knew about Slender Man, and they did. And they said, "It's ridiculous, Mom. It doesn't even make sense." That's what they told me. So then, but I do remember Five Nights at Freddy's. My mini Bindi, my youngest daughter, was super into Five Nights at Freddy's. And I remember when the movie came out, she watched it and she said it was the stuff online was so much scarier than that movie. That movie made no sense, plot holes everywhere. She said she was hashtag unimpressed. So these kinds of things, they do go around and they do get popular. And I also think that listening to Anissa talk, it reminds me of like that phrase, that saying, you find your tribe, you find your people, and how often we see in true crime cases where it's um, more than one person committing the crime, specifically murder, where it it's a unique set of circumstances that brings these two people together, and then for them to go on and commit a murder or several murders together is another set of unique circumstances. And it may and in most of these cases, like I'll give an example. Gypsy Rose and Nick Godejohn. Personally, I think if Nick had never met Gypsy, he never would have killed anybody. So it's a situation of fire and gasoline, right? They feed off of each other, and under other circumstances or with another person, they might not commit these acts. I always feel like there are situations, I think, where um, these people that the people that get together and find their tribe, as it were, um, already had a propensity. There's that situation as well. And I wonder, and I still wonder today with Morgan and Anissa, if they had not found each other, would these girls have ever committed a crime like this? And I can't answer that even after all this time and all these things that I've watched and stuff. I just can't. I don't know. I really don't know. Usually I have a good sense, but with these two girls, and I think that's what concerns me about them being released, is I can't call it. All right, here we go.
He was the big hill I was talking about. I don't know the street names that well. And then there was a park down over here. I remember that.
Okay.
And then there was a big road that had a turn where you could go up the hill, and then like 3 or 4 lines where you could go straight.
Okay.
Ooh, good one, Rachel. Carla Homolka. Okay. Carla Homolka, I think, had a streak, had a streak in her, something inside of her that, do I think she would have done what she did when she was with Paul with somebody else? No. But I do think that she likely would have committed other crimes and hurt other people. Probably not all the way to the worst thing that you can do to another person, which is to take their life. But I think Carla Homolka is a continued danger. The fact that she is just out there in the world freaks me out. She's one of those that keeps me up at night. All right, here we go.
So I told Morgan that we could either go straight or go up the hill. And then Morgan said we should go straight, it'd be faster.
Okay.
So we cut across the street and we're walking along the road.
Did you go across another set of train tracks?
Yes, I believe I did.
Okay.
So we we were walking, and then finally I said, Morgan, I'm thirsty. Can I please sit? And I'm hot. Can I please sit in the shade? And she said, sure. So we sat in the bushes and all that. And we talked for like 30 minutes. I tried to eat like 2 different granola bars or something. One was an organic peanut butter one that I didn't like very.
Let me fix it.
Much. I only took like 2 nibbles and said that tasted disgusting. And then there was a and then kudos bar.
Much better.
I only took 1 bite of that and I spit it out because I didn't feel so good. I really couldn't eat anything because I was still thinking of Bella laying in the forest area where we left her dying. Sorry. Okay. So we finally, Morgan said we should probably keep walking before the police get on our tails. And so we were walking, and then we heard people, like construction workers or something, working on a building. Wait, no, not a building. Like it was a power transformer, I believe. So Morgan led me through most of the woods until we walked like 100 yards, and then we got out and then started walking next to the road again. And then we're still going straight, and I believe there was a bridge with a freeway on top of it, and then another hill that could like go either up on top of the freeway or this way towards the airport. So we were walking, and then I had a total nervous breakdown and blamed Morgan for everything. I said, you stabbed her, you wanted to do this. Look at what Morgan did. And Morgan's not one to cry very often. And then finally she just let go and started crying. And then I just needed to vent because I was scared. I was scared. I was scared, A, for myself, and B, for my family, because after we left Payton in the woods, close to the marshy area that was nearby, she said, oh, and there was one thing I forgot to tell you. I kind of sort of made a deal with Slender, saying that if we didn't kill Bella, that he either would or could kill our families and everything we love. And I don't want that to happen, so that's why I did this.
All right, this theme is going to come up again. And I find this interesting because I was actually under the impression when I went back and looked over some stuff before I did this live, that this was the motive, that the girls killed or were attempted to kill Payton because they were afraid that their families would be killed. And then when Anissa was talking actually, it sounds to me like they wanted to join can't even talk, Slender Man. And that Morgan, according to Anissa, is the one that said, if we're not successful or if I'm not successful, then you can go ahead and kill our families and everything and everyone that we love. So this is interesting. Scary, but it's interesting. Let's rewind and listen to that part again, okay?
There was one thing I forgot to tell you. I kind of sort of made a deal with Slender to say that if we didn't kill Bella, that he either would or could kill our families and everything we love. And I don't want that to happen, so that's why I did this. And then I got really scared then and started like speed walking and trying to get myself out of there. I even started like singing to myself to try to calm myself down. And then where was I?
You guys are walking.
Oh yeah,
and
I have a nervous breakdown. And then Morgan finally starts crying, and then I stop crying to be the quote-unquote big sister that I am, because we're so close, we're like sisters.
Okay.
So, I said stop crying. I laid down and like, there was a bunch of rocks close to the road. It was like, it's called a shoulder or something. So I was laying down there, and Morgan thought I was giving up and letting, like, the hawks and everything go after me.
The hawks?
Yeah, we saw, like, 10 hawks.
Okay. Okay.
So, I said, Morgan, stop crying. It's really cold down here. And I'm trying not to feel so hot, because, again, there was a river, like, right there, and we were here, but there was a bunch of mosquitoes last time we were near a river, like, that big, and we didn't want to risk being bit with, like, malaria and everything.
Is the highway, the interstate, still in front of you?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we kept walking, and then, we kept going straight until when I was still laying on the ground, I actually said, I've had enough of this. I want to call my mom. I want to go home. And Morgan said, if you do that, you'll spend your life in prison. Either that or be executed.
Why did you say that?
Because she told me that the consequences for murder were being murdered yourself, I believe.
This is a very interesting admission by Anissa, right? Because two things can be true at the same time, right? Morgan and Anissa can both be mentally ill and yet understand, at least on some level, the far-reaching consequences, the long-term consequences of their behavior. And it sounds like, from what Anissa is saying, that Morgan understood the potential long-term consequences, which is interesting to me. Oh, thank you, Mel, whatever. She's been, I guess, Anissa's been diagnosed with a personality disorder. What? Chicken Shite was 12 in 1996 too? In 1996, I was 19 years old. Y'all young people, get out of here. You're making me feel old. Let's not talk about people's ages. How about that? All right, here we go.
When did she tell you that?
After I said I wanted to call my mom. Because there was also a nearby bar or something.
Okay.
So I said that I wanted to call my mom. She told me that I either spend my life in prison or be executed. So that I got scared and started walking again because I really don't want to die. I was really scared.
Sure.
So we kept walking, and then finally it was like really hot. It was close to noon, I believe. So it was really hot outside. I was wearing this and winter boots still, so it was really hot. And then, the river was still on this side of us, and then there were two column things holding up the bridge.
Yep.
I said we should lay down on the side that's slanted, and like cool off and all that. She's just like, if we do that, people will get suspicious. So we hid behind the round base of the pillar stand closest to the water.
Okay.
And then she started looking through her pictures and had another breakdown.
Okay.
And then, after like 30 minutes of me trying to calm her down and her crying, we finally started walking again, and then we kept walking straight for a while, and then we saw Steinhoffel, and I said, Morgan, do you want to get some more, do you want to refill our water bottles? Because by that time, they were empty. So she said, sure. So we crossed the street, went into Steinhoffel's, and then
the furniture store, right? Oh, I was thinking, when you asked me Steinhoffel's, I was thinking Stein's, the flower place, you know, the gardening center?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, Steinhoffel's, that furniture place. Okay.
And then,
so you went to, did you walk into Steinhoffel's? Okay.
And then we filled up our water bottles again, walked in, went to the bathroom, and then we were told that upstairs there was free lemonade, free cookies, and free candy. Morgan needs to keep her sugar levels up, otherwise she goes crazy. So, we went up there, we got a glass of lemonade, we got 2 cookies each. Morgan only ate one and almost cried, saying, I can't eat this one. And she started playing with the other one, and then I told her to save it. So, and then I told her to save it. So then she said, okay. And then she started packing her things up again. So I threw away my stuff and grabbed 2 things of fruit snacks. Because I thought, hey, if we want to keep our sugar levels up, we may as well eat something kind of healthy.
Okay.
So I agree with Sadie here. Sadie says, I'm going to hold back on my final opinions until I get more into this case. And I think that's a good idea. It's been a while since first of all, I didn't even know that Anissa's trial was available online at all. So I'm going to wait because I haven't heard all of the things in that, although I did start watching a little bit. Just I wanted to see how the quality and all that, because it's been so long. All right. Anywho, I did that, but I'm going to reserve my judgment or my opinion until I get like more details and be, I have all the information so I can make an informed decision. But also, I think that what's interesting here is the dynamic that appears to exist between Anissa and Morgan. It seems like they work together in a lot of ways, and I think this is indicative of how relationships really are. it's never 50-50. Like nothing can be completely even, right, in life because, people. But in this situation, what it seems like is Morgan has things that she's good at. And so therefore, when those things are necessary, she has a skill set, right? And so when her skill set is what's necessary to use, she's running the show, making the decisions, the plans, right? And Anissa has a skill set. And when her skill set is necessary, it's she's the one who's running the show. See, and to me, what it seems like at about this point in the interrogation, from what I'm understanding, hearing from Anissa, now we haven't heard from Morgan yet. So but this is just right now. Right now, it sounds like the way that the dynamic in their friendship worked is it sounds like Anissa was sort of she looked after Morgan. She knew that Morgan had issues and what those issues were. And she, more than that, she knew how to avoid those issues coming up, right? Like not having a low blood sugar. Okay. We all get a little peckish and cranky when we're hungry, right? But Anissa took it a step further. She saw, hey, we've been walking for who knows how long, really. And we're going to need to eat and get something to drink. And so she's in charge of almost like the caretaking. She's almost like the caretaker in this situation, and that exists in the relationship, in the friendship between she and Morgan. And then thinking, okay, we ate cookies and juice, but we also need to eat something healthy. That she comes across as in the dynamic that exists between Morgan and Anissa, she comes across as the caretaker. I just find that interesting. All right, let's keep going.
So, so we grabbed those, then Morgan said, we have to get out of here. So we got out and then crossed the road again, started walking on the side of, here's Steinhoffel. Mm-hmm. We crossed two roads, one going this way and then one going this way. So we crossed those, and then we started walking around an exit towards Milwaukee.
Started going down towards the freeway?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And then Morgan said, I have to sit down. And then started crying again. I think that part's kind of fuzzy.
Okay.
And then, so I said, okay, wait. So we, So we started talking on another shoulder part of the exit, and then Morgan said, I'm really hot, so we went down by the tree where the deputies found us, and then Morgan said, I'm not laying down in this. It was that high,
okay.
So we weren't going to lay down in it, but we found an area kind of below the ground and all that, so Morgan started contemplating on whether or not we should face our consequences or keep going. So then I laid down on the grass, and that's when one of the deputies said, put your hands in the air where I could see them, and then they got us.
Okay.
And then when one of the deputies was talking to me, I believe his first name was Todd.
Okay.
And his last name started with a C, I think.
Okay.
When he started talking to me, I said, I'm scared. I was told that if I didn't do something for someone, my family would be in danger. And then he said, you're safe now, don't be scared. Then he put me in the back of the car, and then I watched Morgan. I don't know what they said to her, because I couldn't hear anything.
Right.
And then after 30 minutes, they brought us here.
Okay. Okay. When Morgan said to you that if we don't do this for Slender, our families and loved ones are going to be killed, do you honestly believe that?
Well, yeah, because he could be anywhere tall. He's, like I said, a tall guy who constantly wears a suit with a red tie. He doesn't have a face. His skin is white. And at his own will, he can, exploit these tendrils from his back and, strangle his victims. From what the creepypasta wiki said, he targets children most.
Okay.
So I was really scared, knowing that Slender could easily kill my whole family in 3 seconds. So,
How
Okay. I have to point this out. All right. To me, it seems as if this is something that Morgan said after they stabbed, or Payton was stabbed, right? So how could she be, why did she do it to prevent her family from being murdered? If Morgan, am I getting that wrong? Did I understand that incorrectly? Is this something that Morgan said before they stabbed Payton, or is this something she said after? Because that does make a difference.
did you learn about Slender and creepypasta?
I first heard about it on YouTube. I was watching a Minecraft mod showcase by Sky Does Minecraft or something.
Okay.
And it said it was the creepypasta mod. So I was like, hey, what's a creepypasta? I watched the whole video and I was like, oh, that's interesting. A few months later, I asked my friend Kelly, the one who I got the skull bracelet from.
Okay.
I asked her who that Jack or Jeff or killer was from the creepypasta. And then she told me about Eyeless Jack and Laughing Jack. Laughing Jack is supposed to be a clown that also targets children. And then Eyeless Jack, he wears a blue fawn mask, no mouth. 2 big black holes for eyes that are oozing this weird black ooze. And then supposedly he eats human kidneys.
Wow. Are there a lot of your friends that are into creepypasta?
So far, I only know of a few. Kelly Newkirk, Morgan Geyser, and then there's Logan Glazer, but he doesn't know much about them. He just knows, basic stuff, like Slender Man and Jeff the Killer and the word creepypasta.
Is Kelly really into it too? It sounds like you really you read a lot about this. Is she?
Yeah, whenever I'm.
All right. Let's go back. Let's go back and watch. Oh, wait, shoot. Hold on. All right, 49:31. Remember that timestamp. Mainly me, obviously. 49:31. All right, let's go back. Give me just a second. Hold on. Oh my goodness. Hold on. Let me just Control F this whole thing. I have to try to, I have to do let me find the transcript. Here we go. Now, let's make this smaller. Let's go this way. Here it is right here. All right. See how wonderful Control F is, you guys? I highly suggest if you're looking for something, this be the way that you search. 10 out of 10 would recommend. All right, here we go.
That was Dubai. She said, oh, and there was one thing I forgot to tell you. I kind of sort of made a deal.
Let's go back a little bit more to make sure we get the full context. All right, here we go. Let's get the full context.
I was scared. I was scared, A, for myself, and B, for my family, because after we left Payton in the woods, close to the marshy area, that was Dubai. She said, oh, and there was one thing I forgot to tell you. I kind of sort of made a deal with Slender, saying that if we didn't kill Bella, that he either would or could kill our families and everything we love. And I don't want that to happen, so that's why I did this.
And there you have it. She said it after the fact. So the way that this is, I have to, I'm just going to call it like I see it now. And I just want to say this. I reserve the right to change my mind at any time based on new information. But where we are at this point in this interrogation video, to me, it's giving, we are in big, big trouble and it's every man for themselves vibes. Okay. Now, where were we? What did I say? 49, 30. All right, look at that. Look at me remembering. I'm so proud of myself because y'all know my memory is caca. All right, here we go.
Then there's Logan Glazer, but he doesn't know much about them. He just knows, like, basic stuff, like Slender Man and Jeff the Killer and the word creepypasta.
Is Kelly really into it too? It sounds like you really have, you read a lot about this. Like, is she?
Yeah, whenever I'm really bored, I go on my iPad and I go to the creepypasta Wikia, and then there's a button you can click for a random pasta, and I read whichever random one comes up.
And so in reading these, you truly believe that Slender exists, that there's Slender out there.
Not anymore, because we asked for his help when Morgan and I were having nervous breakdowns, and he didn't do anything. Nothing happened.
Before this today, leading up to and even after.
While we were walking and having a nervous breakdown while I was laying on the side of the road. Morgan said, Slender, if you're listening, please help us. And he says having a nervous breakdown. And then she started kind of crying.
But you truly believe beforehand,
I believed. But
Adrian, could you be more specific, babe, about which part you want me to play again? Or did I already play the part that you were referring to again? Because there's on Streamlabs, there's a 40-second delay between Streamlabs and the YouTubes. So I'm looking at the chat on the Streamlabs side, so I'm not exactly sure when you said that or what was going on in that moment. Help a girl out. Thanks. And I'll rewind it. Yes. Yes, Allie, the collector and how close friends he is. It's not this girl. It's the other girl, Morgan. But yes, this is the case. You're absolutely correct. Yes. He was quite insightful as it pertained to Morgan Geyser. I definitely would like to hear back from the collector. Well, isn't that the crux of it all, right, Kimberly? So Kimberly says, how are they capable of making up a story to help excuse themselves for what they did? But that's the same time believe Slender Man is real. It just doesn't make any sense. Isn't that the crux of it all though, right? How are you, which would beg the question, right? Are they mentally ill, right? But not so mentally ill. They're crazy, not insane, right? That's really the question. Are they crazy or are they insane? Because they're two different things. I don't really like the term crazy, but to coin a phrase, I should say, you can be two things can exist at once. You can be mentally ill, very, very mentally ill, while not meet the legal requirements for an insanity defense. Your mental illness isn't such that you cannot appreciate the wrongfulness of your actions. So, okay, good. All right, Adrian. Well, I like to give the audience what they want. So if there's another part y'all need to hear, I would appreciate, let me know. This part I want to go back and rewind a little bit about the believing and not believing, because I think this is important too. All right, let's see, excuse me.
We were walking and having a nervous breakdown while I was laying on the side of the road. Morgan said, Slender, if you're listening.
I didn't go back far enough. Hang on just a second. All right, here we go.
In reading these, you truly believe that Slender exists, that there's Slender out there.
Not anymore, because we asked for his help when Morgan and I were having nervous breakdowns, and he didn't do anything. Nothing happened.
Before this today, leading up to and even after.
While we were walking and having a nervous breakdown while I was laying on the side of the road. Morgan said, Slender, if you're listening, please help us. And he says having a nervous breakdown. And then she started kind of crying.
But you truly believe beforehand
I believed. But now I know that it's just teenagers who really like scaring people and making them believe false things.
This is quite an epiphany to have. And so soon, right? I don't know another way to say it, and I'm not making light of the situation. I just find that this is my coping mechanism, right? I will try to find some sense of some humor in a situation, and to me it reminds me of the saying, ye of little faith, right? And also the Garth Brooks song, Unanswered Prayers, right? The lyrics, some of God's greatest gifts are unanswered prayers. I'm not even going to sing it to you because I'm not a good singer, and I can't do a real good Garth Brooks impression, so I'm not going to even try. But I mean, you believed so fervently. Is there nothing in the literature that says, sometimes Slender Man isn't going to answer right away? I mean, it just seems like they've believed so fervently to then all of a sudden be like, nah, it ain't real. It does. It makes me wonder. It does. What really makes me wonder is I can't wait for us to get to the part with the testimony from the people who evaluated the girls, because that is the part. How do you discern? And I'd like to hear that. All right, here we go.
Did you feel that when you're planning this, the birthday party and everything, was this thought in mind to do this to
Morgan said that
Also, before I forget, and then I won't interrupt for a while, I have to remind everybody the timeline with which this happened. Okay. They started talking about this in December and January, December of 2013, January of 2014. Okay. They didn't actually do this. They didn't, um, the stabbing occurred May 31st of 2014. This is an example of double premeditation, okay? Because they clearly had a plan. They worked the plan, they made the plan happen. Okay? That's one type of premeditation, right? That's the type of premeditation people typically think of as premeditation. Then there is the second element of premeditation, which is the legal standard of premeditation, which is when Morgan and when Morgan showed Anissa the knife, it's either Anissa or Anissa. I think it's Anissa, knew what was up. And they knew, both of them, when they used a knife, that it was reasonable to expect that the outcome would be death. That's the other part of premeditation. It doesn't actually, the legal definition of premeditation doesn't actually have a time on it. It's not limited by time. It can be, a second, because they had a choice, right? They could have not done it, but they decided to do it. That's all that's required. Even if that thought took 2.5 seconds, that's premeditated under the law. But this is a level of planning. I don't want to mix them up, right? This was planned. This was planned, and it fits the legal definition once they got to those woods of premeditated. All right, here we go.
At her birthday party, while Bella was sleeping, we were gonna duct tape her mouth shut, stab her in the neck, and then leave with memories of everything.
This was last night at the party?
Yeah, but we didn't stab her then. We were too sleepy, tired, because we were at Skateland.
Okay, you did go to Skateland. Okay.
So then
I lied. I have to say this as well. I'm sad for all of these girls' parents because Morgan's mom was just so excited that Morgan actually had friends and that they lived close. And they were having a slumber party, and Morgan was doing what, typical 12-year-old girls do. A birthday party, roller skating with her friends, and then a slumber party. I mean, that's pretty typical of 12-year-olds. And Morgan, had trouble making friends, and I think Anissa did as well. Payton, I don't think had trouble making friends. I think she was a well-liked little girl, but for Morgan and Anissa, I think they did. I know Morgan for sure, but I think Anissa also had trouble making friends. And I know that Morgan's mom has spoken out so many times about Morgan not being able to really make friends and how excited she was that she finally had some friends. And then this is what happens. And I can't imagine being a parent in this situation. I can't imagine being the parent of Payton, and I can't imagine being the parent of Anissa or Morgan. It's such a terrible situation all the way around.
after that, Morgan said we have to kill Bella. So Morgan said, hey, we could go to the park and kill her in one of the bathroom stalls.
When was that said, last night or this morning?
This morning.
Was Bella around at that time?
Yeah, we were playing dress up, and Bella was putting on a costume in the bathroom, a princess gown, a pink one. So Morgan said, we have to kill Bella today, and I was like, but can't we stay another night and do it tonight? Because I was still kind of scared and I would never see my family again. And B, I was kind of hopeful to prove that I wasn't crazy, that I wasn't seeing things. Because even I saw Slender a few times. And I think that was probably my mind playing tricks on me.
When was this before the party that you saw Slender? You've seen him before?
Twice. Once, well, they were both on a bus. We ride the same bus to and from school. So we were talking on the bus. I look out the window and I see this supposed thing standing like this with tendrils, looks exactly like a tree. They were gone like that. And I told Morgan, and so I actually thought that he was real, because I saw him.
And you call it tentacles?
Tendrils.
Tendrils. Okay, I think I understand creepypasta.
Yeah.
So thank you for explaining me that. It's very intricate, meaning there's a lot to it, right? As far as the party was planned for quite a while? Like you get what you want to do? Okay. And when was it planned that you were going to kill Bella? Was it planned right away when you guys were planning the birthday party, or?
No, Morgan said around the end of December, beginning of January, again, like, hey, I know how we can become proxies, we have to kill Bella.
Okay.
So I said, and then after I was wondering when, so I asked her when, and she was like, oh, every year my mom said that for my birthday I can have 2 friends over, and it's definitely going to be a sleepover.
Hey, Tim. Hold on. Hey, Tim, welcome in. I mean, this is a lot. I mean, we're not even an hour into this and this interrogation, and she said a whole lot. And I really wonder if she knows how much she said. You know what I mean? Like, I know there's something about the things that Anissa is saying that feels slightly manipulative. And I have to be honest about that. I mean, and that's not taking away from anything that, she is mentally ill or has a personality disorder. Two things can exist at the same time. It's just there's things that she has said in this interrogation, in her explanation, that feel self-serving and very manipulative, as if she already considered what she was going to tell police. I have to say it.
This was back in December and January. When did Morgan decide to have a birthday party?
No, her mother.
Her mother did. And did her mom pick the date?
I don't know about that.
Okay. And when did you know about the birthday party?
I knew about it around February.
Okay. And how soon after you knew about the birthday party in February did you know that there was a plan to kill Bella?
Well, before the actual confirmation that a birthday party was going to happen.
Okay. Hi. Want to grab some clothes and do that? Can we do that now? Sure, that's fine. Okay. What's happening here is because, you have some blood on your shirt.
Oh.
And you said that's not yours, right? Because you're not injured or anything. This is Detective Nicholas. And we're going to go ahead and take take your shirts because it has blood, and I know that you have 2 shirts on, but you can't obviously walk around shirtless. So we have a shirt for you.
Okay.
Okay?
And don't worry, I'm not taking pictures of any of that part, but I do want, they just want me to take overall pictures of you showing your shirt and that kind of stuff. I'll do.
Sir, listen, I would be remiss if I didn't say this, but I have a real issue. I hope you change your gloves prior to collecting any of that evidence since you just scratched your hair. Here we go.
Before we do any of the, changing, you can stand up and kind of stand, there you go, just like.
Right there.
Okay, let's just.
And it's on the white shirt underneath that.
Yeah, it's on the shirt underneath it too? Okay, and what is your name?
Anissa Weier.
Anissa, okay.
Ah, there we go. It is Anissa.
Okay, just stand, here you go, here you go. All right.
And then there's like,
Just hang on 1 second here. Okay.
more blood here, but that's mine. I have really bad when there's more on my back, like up here, but that's because I have really sensitive skin.
Gotcha. All right, well, just hang on 1 second. We'll just wait here for a minute. What I'm going to do is, you don't have any, like, blood on your, can I just see your hands here real quick?
No, but my nails are really dirty.
Your friend's fingernails are dirty too. All right. I think I just hold on for 1 second. What I'm going to do is we're just going to take what they call just a swab of your fingers. We're going to do 1 on each hand.
Okay.
And then just because, your fingernails obviously collect a lot of dirt. And I know you said that the blood on your shirt's not yours. What I'm going to do is just
except for the one up here.
Except for the top part. Gotcha. And then what I'll do is just a swab from each one of your cheeks just to match, to show that when we test it, okay, yes, we can guarantee that the blood on the top of your shirt is from you. And that the other blood isn't. So we'll do like 4 real quick swabs, and then they'll get a different shirt from you, get the stuff with the blood on it off, and go from there. All right, so just hang tight for 1 second here.
All right. Ordinarily, I would say this was like the most inopportune time, right? To just bust in on an interrogation. I mean, she's totally giving all of the information. She's being incredibly helpful during the interrogation, right? But then I was waiting to see if there was sort of a change, right? If they actually did interrupt the flow. Now, they did for us, obviously, but I think as the interrogation goes, I don't actually think they interrupted the flow at all, although I think it was a risky move and I probably would have waited because she continued to be incredibly helpful. Oh, let me explain to you this blood is mine, that blood is not. Look at my fingernails are dirty. Oh, do you need to take more pictures? Sure. I also think maybe the reason that they chanced it is because they wanted to get in there and they wanted to collect that evidence while they had permission to speak to Anissa. She's a minor. So I would imagine that they had to get her parents' permission. And I think they were worried that because her parents could have withdrawn it at any time. So I'm wondering if that's why they chanced it, because they wanted to be sure to get in there and to get what they could get while they had permission to do it before the permission was withdrawn. We'll see. All right, let's keep going.
Lots of paperwork in this.
Yeah.
How old are you?
12.
12, okay. All right, what we'll start with is we will do the ones from your cheek first. Okay? Make this a quick, absolutely painless, not even as much fun as going to the dentist. All right, just have you open up. Like I said, 1, and there. Pretty easy, huh?
Yeah.
The other ones are just about the same, only you just do it under each fingernail. You can have a seat if you want. Be comfortable. That's absolutely fine with me. I can take it if you want. All right. You could label this Anissa and then buccal or cheek or something like that. All right. Change up gloves here. said you were 12, right?
Yes, sir.
What school do you go to?
Morning middle school.
Morning. How do you like it?
It's good.
Glad you're almost done.
Yeah.
Looking forward to summer break?
Yeah.
Any big plans, like going up north or anything, going to the Dells, anything like that this summer?
So far, all I know is that I'm going to be staying at my mom's house most of the time.
Okay. Where's Mom live out here?
She lives down by Waldall and the Super Walmart.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
See, now this is an interesting statement by her, right? Because she just talked about a conversation that she and Morgan had about the potential punishment for committing murder, right? I'm wondering if the reason she thinks that there's still some type of summer plans available to her is because I wonder if she knows that Payton survived at this point. Because to me, just based on what I'm watching here in this interrogation, she hasn't been told that. So I'm curious. I always am curious about what people know when they know it. You know what I mean? All right, let's keep going.
All right, what we'll do is we will do your left hand first. You said it's kind of catch under your nails a little bit here.
My middle finger is dirtiest.
Yeah, well, try a little bit from each one, you know what I mean? Those are dirty nails. I will give you that much.
Yeah, it's almost impossible to clean up.
Really?
Yeah.
That's a fair point as well, Chicken Shite. She hasn't asked. She has not asked about Payton. The first question that she asked was, "Can you tell me how far we walked?" Basically, I'm not much of an outdoors person. I don't usually do a whole lot of walking, and I'm just super curious about how far I walked, which is unusual to say the least, but also somewhat indicative of a 12-year-old. They ask questions like that.
It is what it is, right? I always find that, my fingernails get dirty. I just, run them through my hair. That works.
He didn't catch the joke. God love her. That was a total dad joke. He said, I find if my fingernails get dirty, I'll just run them through my hair. Obviously, he doesn't have any hair. What a dad joke.
At least I used to. I had hair. Then I had kids and all my hair turned gray, so let's let it go away. Left hand.
But I think that's my right hand that you did.
Oh, do my right hand, sorry.
Oh, good job, Anissa, correcting him for the collection of evidence, because as we know, mislabeled evidence gets what happens thrown out. Good job. Well played there. I actually feel like it's quite possible that it was either she didn't actually get the joke or she did get the joke and didn't think it was funny. Interesting. Let's see.
Thinking one thing and saying the other. Thanks for catching. Don't worry, there's no crazy chemical on here, it's just a little bit of water.
Oh, okay.
Just to make it easier, I'm not going to put like acid on your fingers or nothing like that. All right, left hand, all right?
Yes.
Okay. Keep you on your toes, right?
Yep.
So it kind of hurts when I'm trying to get
It's okay.
underneath there a little bit. All right. When the last time you painted your nails?
A few weeks ago.
Oh, okay, so it's been a while, huh? It past due?
Yeah.
All right. Well, that is my part. And like I said, one of these female detectives is going to come in.
I wouldn't either, Harley. Harley says I would never let them question my child, much less alone. I wouldn't either. I wouldn't. But I know that I wouldn't because I follow true crime. And I don't want, and I've thought about this since my kids were, teenagers. You always wonder. And you see things like this. I used to watch on A&E. There used to be a show called Killer Kids, and it deals with exactly what we're talking about now. It's actually a really good show, but it not only talks about the what the kids did, but it's the overall scope of the show is about kids that commit crimes like these and being in the criminal justice system. And of course it made me think. And I always said that if anything, my kids are going to have to, if my kids did something like this, or anything, I would want to hear what they told the cops myself. I don't want to hear a detective's interpretation, synopsis, etc. I think that I would want my child to suffer the consequences of what they actually did, not what the cops think they did or what they, you know what I'm saying? I just think I don't know. It's just not for me. I would never, but then again, I would also not talk to the police without a lawyer present because that's your right. And I think it's one of those rights that should be exercised. That's just my opinion. And I'm open to anybody else's opinion as well. I mean, it's a parenting choice. And then it's also a personal choice. All right, here we go.
We're going to have you change your shirt and stuff, and then they'll give you a different one to wear, okay?
Okay. Come with me, Anissa. Is it Anissa or Anissa? Anissa. Anissa, okay. We're going to go on the next one.
So several cats in a trench coat says, yeah, why on earth are they even allowed to question kids alone? They're not. But they were given permission. And after the girls had done this, it's not like
marking the time and
hang on a second. After the girls had done this, okay, it's not like they went home and then their parents found out about it and they talked with their parents or whatever, and then the parents, they were arrested. That's not what happened. They were out walking all over Hell's Half Acre and they were found. So, let me look that up. Call me Sadie. Let's find out exactly, because I'm curious about that. Hey, Dororo, good to see you. Both of them are out. Well, I know that Anissa is out for sure, and Morgan is scheduled to be out. All right, I'm curious about that. Which states are allowed to speak to children, to speak to minors without a parent's permission?
1638 murder case.
Thank you. No, I hit my heel on the chair thing.
All right, let's look and see. Okay, so I Googled. So let me share this tab. All right, so I Googled what states are allowed to question minors without parent, and it filled this rest of it in, okay? In most states, police can question minors without a parent present, especially in non-custodial settings, so specific laws and procedures vary by state. Here's a more detailed breakdown. General rule: police can typically question a minor without parental presence or consent, particularly if the question occurs in a non-custodial setting, not under arrest or in custody. Texas example. In Texas, police can question a minor without parental present or consent in a non-custodial setting, meaning the child is not handcuffed or in custody. Florida. Under Florida law enforcement can question a minor without a parent or guardian present, but any statements must be voluntary and follow a clear explanation of their rights. Miranda warning. As if, what, I think I find this preposterous. All right, so in Louisiana, police officers can question a minor without contacting the child's parent or getting their permission, but the child has the right to ask to contact a parent or have one present and refuse to answer questions. Miranda writes, even in situations where police can question a minor without a parent, they must still read the minor their Miranda rights, right to remain silent, right to attorney. We know that. School settings. In some states, police can question a child at school without parental presence or consent, although the child does not have to answer the questions. Safeguards. Some states have enacted safeguards, such as requiring police officers to read a simplified version of Miranda rights to young people during interrogations, or mandating that a youth speak to a defense attorney before waiving their Miranda rights. I'm going to share this tab instead and keep playing, and I'm going to look and see what Wisconsin's actual and factual rules are. Here we go.
Okay, so, well, at least now you have some clean clothes on, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you need the camera here? All right, it is now 4:45.
Okay.
Are you warm enough?
Yeah.
Are you sure? I can get you a blanket. Are your feet cold on the...
The other female detective said she was going to try to find me some socks.
Oh, okay. Okay, will that be good enough?
Yeah.
Certainly, you let me know if you get cold, okay? I don't want you to be cold.
So before we continue, I looked up specifically minors, and it says, this is what I Googled. In Wisconsin, law enforcement can question minors without parental consent, particularly in non-custodial settings, but parental notification is required for custodial interrogations and certain situations such as child maltreatment investigations. Let's see. If a minor is taken into custody, Wisconsin law requires that any custodial interrogation of a juvenile be audio and video recorded unless certain exceptions apply, and parental notification is generally required. See, she was read her Miranda rights, okay? She was I actually think that this might be considered a custodial interrogation because she was brought in by the police. And at the very beginning of this interrogation, she wasn't told that she was free to leave. I think that constitutes a custodial investigation or interrogation. So I'm thinking that in this situation, their parents, I would be curious about this, and I will see what I can do. I'll do some digging after we get off of here to see if I can find out what the actual situation was. Also, today being March 17th, the day that Gannon was found, as I went to go push pause, of course, my clock comes up at the bottom, and it's 11:11, which always makes me think of Gannon. Sweet Gannon. All right, here we go, you guys. Let's go.
Okay. So I'm going to kind of repeat what I've learned from you so far, and you tell me if I'm correct, okay?
Okay.
Okay. So
Well, thank you, Daisy Faye. Welcome in. They said at the beginning, your parents know we are talking to you. There we go. I just want to, I like for all the I's to be dotted and the T's to be crossed. Thank you, Daisy. I appreciate that. Welcome in. Welcome to the ward.
You and Morgan are almost like sisters. You're so close.
Mm-hmm.
How long have you known her?
Since October.
Of this year?
Yeah.
Or this last year?
Yeah.
Okay. And you go to the same school? Both go to Horning?
And we ride the same bus.
Ride the same bus. Okay. So you met her in October. So how long have you been watching or learning about creepypasta? How long have you been into that?
I'd say about well, I watched the Guide of Minecraft video
That's right. Okay, Minecraft, yeah.
3 years ago or something.
Okay.
It was a long time ago. And then somewhere in, I believe it was November, I asked Kelly who that Jeff or Jack killer was.
Okay. This is past November, after you had met Morgan and such?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you've been, maybe we're almost into June now, so maybe it's fair to say 6 or 7 months you've been kind of reading the creepypasta, not the creamy pasta, the creepypasta.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you're very close with Morgan. You've known her since October. You've been involved in reading the creepypasta since, like November or something. And in December or January, Morgan, who also was into creepypasta, did you introduce her to it, or did she already know about it?
She said that she's seen Slender also in like old pictures that she has.
Okay.
So I told her about them, and then she said, "Oh my God, I think I saw Slender when I was like 5, because she supposedly used to live in like a really heavily wooded area."
Okay.
Slender likes to stay in woods.
Wooded areas. Okay. So in December and January, Morgan approaches you and says, she tells you that you should be proxies of Slender, or puppets. And you say, okay, well, how do we do that? And she says, well, we have to kill Bella, or Payton, right? And this will prove ourselves to Slender.
And prove ourselves worthy.
Prove yourselves worthy to Slender.
Mm-hmm.
And what would that do for you? Is that to get Slender to like you? Or to feel important?
Technically, if you're a proxy, you have to live in, supposedly you live in Slender Mansion and take orders directly from him.
So that'd be neat to you? You would enjoy that, or you think that'd be kind of cool? Or at the time?
At the time it was really cool, but I wanted to prove all skeptics wrong.
Okay. Okay. So when she said that we have to kill Bella to prove ourselves worthy to Slender, you were surprised but excited at the same time to prove that he existed, to prove all the skeptics wrong. And you feel as though in order to do this, you physically had to kill somebody.
Yes.
Okay.
Because that's what creepypastas are about.
Okay.
Even seemingly nice creepypastas, like Music Keeps Me Calm, are about killing.
And do you know what happens when you kill somebody? Like physically, what happens to a person? Not legally, but like what would that do to you? Like, do you understand what it means to kill somebody? When you look at it from,
I believe it's ending a life. And I regret it.
Okay. And that's something you probably recognize today.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I mean, I've seen stories on the news about shootings in like Milwaukee and all that, but I never fully understood what it meant to kill somebody until now.
saw it happening?
Mhm.
Do you think that you could be able to physically do that now?
No,
And why is that?
just too nice of a person. I'm too nice and too squeamish.
Squeamish.
Like, I can stand blood if it's my own, but if I have to physically make someone else bleed for my personal gain, I won't do it. It just doesn't sit right with me.
Now, since this happened?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so she plans this in December or January. She approaches you on it. You say, okay, it's kind of exciting to prove the skeptics wrong and get it. And in February, you find out she's going to have a birthday party. And did she say who she's all going to invite?
It was just her, Bella, and I.
Okay. Okay. And was there anything said about trying to become a proxy or being a proxy at that time?
We kind of talked about it discreetly on the bus every now and then.
And what did you talk about?
Like, ways to defend ourselves from, like, wild animals and all that, like badgers, and, just random things we might need to know. There was...
Like if you live in the woods?
Mhm.
Okay. Okay. Did you ever talk about killing Bella in the bus at the birthday party?
Not very often. We did sometimes, but we made sure we whispered.
And when you whispered, why was that?
So that nobody else would hear. Granted, the bus is really loud, but
Yeah.
people are eavesdroppers.
If somebody heard, what were you concerned if somebody heard?
That we would be in prison for the rest of our life for planning this.
Did you know it's wrong? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. And so, when does it ultimately come to the decision that it's going to happen at the birthday party?
That was made in February when Morgan said, I confirmed with my mom I'm having a birthday party. It will happen when? Then.
The killing?
Yeah. We used code words like, for knife, we used cracker.
Okay.
And, what else? For the killing, we would use words like it, the deed, and like, for the place we were trying to go, Nicolette, we would use like camping trip and all that. Up north, camping trip.
And by place, that wasn't where you were going to kill her. It was where you wanted to get to because that's where the mansion is.
Yeah, it's supposedly right in the middle.
Okay. And where is Nicollet National Forest?
I believe, from what Google Earth told me, it's in Lalona, Wisconsin. Lalona. I believe I spelled that correctly.
Okay.
Hope I did.
And you found that by Google?
Yep.
Okay. And so she is confirmed February, she's going to have the birthday party. Morgan says that's when it's going to happen. And plans are made for, what are the plans that are made for the party? What are you guys going to do for the birthday party?
We go to sleep around 8. We stay up and do regular things until 8, then we go to sleep.
You went to Scaland though? Like even like, so you went to school on Friday, right?
Yeah, I thought we were going to Scaland the next day.
Oh, okay.
Wow. I I forgot to tell you guys, in case you aren't familiar with this case, that Anissa had a jury trial, and I would imagine that it was very difficult for those jurors to reconcile all of this information, right? Because you have, on the one hand, you have this incredibly heinous crime committed by young girls. 12 is young when you think of it in the scheme of your whole life plan, right? Or your a whole lifetime. 12 is really young. It's a miracle that Payton even survived, because one of the stab wounds was just a millimeter away from her an artery that went to her heart. Obviously, that's, you know what I'm saying. So I would imagine that those details, on top of hearing this interrogation, right, that it was a plan for so long and they took steps to not get caught, and they were aware of the potential consequences for this crime. Then on top of that, you have this belief in quote unquote Slender Man. I would imagine all of these details were so difficult for the jury to reconcile. She was okay. So Kimmy says, wasn't Morgan sentenced to a mental facility, and is she there for life? She was sentenced to a mental facility. No, she's not there for life. We're going to get into that. And also, I want to say, Casey May, thank you for being a member for 15 months. I appreciate the support. Thank you so much. So yeah, it's there's a lot here. This is super, super duper layered. And after we listen to Morgan's interrogation tomorrow, then we're going to get into Anissa's trial. And then we're going to get into all of the hearings and anything that I can find respective to Morgan. All right, here we go.
Not like that day.
Okay.
So that was kind of off. So originally I thought it was, we go to bed around 8. Morgan sets an alarm on her Kindle to like 2 a.m. and puts big headphones on, and then the alarm wakes her up. She wakes me up, and then we kill Bella, put her under some covers, make it look like she was sleeping, and then we run.
And just leave her at Morgan's house. That was the original plan?
Yeah, until it changed. We were still planning on waking up really early, but Morgan was being really nice that day, and she let me sleep in like an extra 2 hours and 45 minutes.
On that day, meaning today? Or what day?
At the sleepover last night.
So she was being nice. What do you mean?
Sometimes she can be kind of mean, but that's only like when she's threatened.
Okay.
Like there's this one boy on our bus, Devin, who's very inappropriate. He says stuff like, I just went to a stripper club and raped a girl, and now I have a rape baby.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when did the plan change from the original plan?
That day, which would be yesterday.
And why did it change?
Because I thought we were going to, from my perspective, I thought we were going to Skateland the next day.
Okay.
But we were, in reality, going to Skateland that night.
And so that messed up the timeline?
For me, it did.
Did you originally make that first plan? Is that why?
She made the first plan. I just kind of went along with it and tweaked some things.
Okay.
Those are two conflicting things. If you just went along with it, right, but then you say, I tweaked some things, that means that you had some say and that, you were not just the follower, that you were equals. And so, there are little elements in here, things that Anissa says that come across to me anyway as self-serving statements and manipulative. And that does not take away from her mental health or mental illness or personality disorder. It's just what I'm noticing during the interrogation. And I confess, if I were to be a juror on a trial, on a case with a trial dealing with this type of situation, I don't know what I would do. I have no idea. And I would probably, once I found out that I was, as much as I want to be on a jury, this is not a case that would be, that I would ever want to be um, a juror on, ever. I think that there's so much, there's so many layers, and I don't know that I would ever feel comfortable with any decision that I made. I would always probably second guess whatever verdict we came to as a jury. I would always, I think I would always question myself and have doubt and wonder and run through constant if then but clauses. You know what I mean? All right, here we go.
So she makes the original plan. The original plan is to,
Kill Bella while she's sleeping at like 2 in the morning.
and to go to bed around 8 p.m. And was she supposed to go to school? They guys all go to school and then go right over to Morgan's house, or?
From what I know, Morgan and I rode the bus to our house. We went to my house so I could pick up my things. I also picked up 2 pictures of my family.
Okay.
One of my mom and one of my siblings and me when we were really young.
Why did you do that?
Memories.
Okay.
And then we went around grabbing stuff like Kudos granola bars and water bottles. The water bottles are mine.
Okay. So you were packing a bag to.
Okay, she was more than packing a bag. She was preparing because their initial plan was after they killed Morgan or killed Payton was to run. So she was packing a bag. She was planning what they were going. She was preparing for the running away portion of the plan. All right, here we go.
The original plan was to go to school, go to her house, go to bed around 8, wake up at 2 a.m. She would wake up with the headphones on, kill Morgan. She would wake you up, kill Morgan, or kill Payton, and then put her under the covers, and then run. Make her pretend like she was sleeping. But that changed because Skateland then went at night. So what happened was you guys went to school, and you guys rode the bus to Morgan's first, or to your house?
We rode the bus from school to the bus stop, and then we walked the rest of the way to my house.
Okay. And then that's when you picked up your stuff.
Hey, Michelle, good to see you, babe. Drive safe.
Why did you want memories?
So that I wouldn't forget.
Why did you think you would forget? Because you were going to be walking to Nicolay? Because you were going to walk to Nicolay?
And we would probably be spending the rest of our lives there, and I didn't want to forget my family. Because you know how distant family members and friends fade away with time.
Once you pick up all your belongings, what happens next?
We go to, we walk to Morgan's house, and then we hang out till the phone rings, and it was Payton. She said that her mom had people coming over to work on her counter, and that she could, and that Morgan and I and her father could come pick her up whenever. So,
Okay, so what happened next?
so we went to go pick her up,
And Morgan asks her dad then, I'm guessing, or what?
Morgan tells her dad.
Okay, tells her dad that we need to go pick up Bella.
I must say that little tiny thing doesn't seem like that big of a deal, but it kind of actually is, at least in my opinion anyway, right? Because it gives an insight into Anissa, but it also gives an insight into Anissa's perspective on the dynamics that exist in between Morgan and her parents. It's, most it, what the detective said is she asked her dad to go, which is what one would most likely, you don't tell a child doesn't tell doesn't tell an adult what to do, right? But Anissa wants to make it very clear that there was no asking. Morgan was not doesn't isn't a permission asker. She's a teller. She directs. So Harley, there was a brief interruption in the interrogation, and they came and photographed her because there was blood on her shirt that she said was not hers. They collected her fingernails and scrapings, and they also collected her socks, which she did off camera. And so that's what happened. That's where her socks went. I've been taken into custody as evidence. All right, let's keep going. I just think that's an interesting, she told her dad, you need to go pick up Payton.
Okay. Okay, did you ride along with?
Yes.
Okay.
Morgan sat in the middle, I sat on the left, and Bella sat on the right.
What was for the truck?
It was a car.
Oh. Oh, so were you guys in the back seat?
Also, she's just been through this really horrific thing, right? As the perpetrator. Do not get it twisted. Payton is the victim here. But being this young, 12 is young, and watching you and your friend are both stabbing this girl 19 times, and there's no gaps in her memory. Like she remembers things in great detail. Definitely want to put a little reminder for when we talk to Dr. B, because I'm so curious her take on the amount of detail that Anissa remembers.
So you pick up Bella, and where do you go next?
We go back to Morgan's house, and then we go to, and then like after an hour or so, we go to Skateland.
Do you remember about what time it was?
I'd say around like 5:36-ish.
Okay. And then what happens next?
So then we were at Skateland having a good time.
Did you guys talk about the plan at all?
Nope.
Okay. How long did you guys stay there?
We stayed there until around 9:32.
9:32?
That's what Morgan's dad said what time was and all that.
Okay. So Morgan's dad came and picked you guys up at 9:32?
Well, he was already at Skateland.
Okay. Did he stay there the whole time?
He went outside a few times, but that was just to go, like, in his car and smoke a cigarette or something.
Okay. So he's like, hey, it's 9:32, we gotta go.
No, he said we could leave whenever we wanted, and Bella and I said we didn't care. So Morgan said, how about we leave now? I kind of want to get some sleep.
Okay, so you guys leave?
Mm-hmm. And then we go back to Morgan's house, goof off for like another hour, and then go to sleep.
What do you do when you goof off?
We play computer games, Sims, and I had my iPad with me.
Okay.
So I was playing on that, and then Bella had her tablet also. We were all playing on our devices.
What is your PIN number for your iPad?
It's capital A L E X A N D R I G E.
Yeah.
All right, just really quickly, I just want you guys to see this picture. This is a picture that was taken at Skateland. Right, I mean, this is hours before they took Payton out into those woods and stabbed her 19 times. And obviously, Payton has no idea what's going on. And if you're looking at this picture just subjectively, right, it doesn't seem like these girls are plotting anything. It looks like a picture of, three 12-year-olds that are having fun skating. You would never suspect that this was happening. You know what I mean?
Sand, right?
It's a type of purple stone.
Oh, got it. Okay. And so everything else is in lowercase, and the A is the only one in capital?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you guys are all playing games for about an hour?
And then we go to sleep.
Then you go to bed. Where do you go to sleep?
Up in Morgan's room. Morgan has a bunk bed, but it's like there's two shelves on the side, a little cubby on this side, and then the bed is on top.
Okay.
And then her guinea pigs are underneath.
Okay.
Morgan has a lot of pets.
Yeah. Where did you guys sleep, on the floor then? Or
No, we all slept in the bed.
one bed?
Yeah, it was a twin.
All three of you slept in a twin bed?
Mm-hmm.
Was it the top or the bottom bunk? Or was there no bottom bunk?
There was no bottom bunk.
So you got all three of you girls
Mm-hmm.
were on the top bunk of this bed.
Payton slept right here. I slept here, and then Morgan had this space right here.
Oh.
Payton kicked me in the face, so I kicked her back.
Yeah. Got it. Okay, and did anything happen after you went to bed?
I woke up around 1:30, and then started moving around because, my melatonin wore off or something.
You take melatonin?
No, it's just
just your
naturally I
natural?
woke
Okay.
up. I have a habit of waking up really early.
Okay.
So does Morgan. So, I woke up, and I started moving around, and, looking at Morgan's gerbil with guinea pigs and all that. And they must have been making a lot of noise or something because they both woke up. And, Morgan was listening to music or something. So before I started playing with the animals and all that, I kind of woke up Morgan and asked her if we should do it then.
So Chicken Shite says, why does the cop find it hard to believe three girls would sleep in the same bed during a sleepover? I don't know if she finds out. I don't know. That's a good question. I'm going to have to go back and listen to that because I got sidetracked by my granddaughter. All right, so here we go.
She said no, it's too early.
Okay.
So I said, okay, and then I started playing with the animals.
Okay.
And then I went back to sleep and woke up again around 5:45. And then we started playing with this farting silly putty and all that.
Okay, all three of you were up then? All three of you were up then?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you stay up or did you fall back to sleep?
I stayed up.
Okay. And what did the other two girls do?
They were also playing with like silly putty. We were downstairs again. Morgan was playing Sims, and Bella and I were playing with our silly putty.
Downstairs in the basement, or?
We made funny farting noises.
Okay. All right, and what happened next?
Around like, we kept doing that until like 9:25. That's when we had breakfast.
Okay.
And then, like 45 minutes later, we asked Morgan's mom if we could go down to the park, because we were gonna do it then.
Okay.
We didn't do it the night before.
Okay. So for anybody curious about the timeline, to me, okay, what happened is that we're talking about there were 2 nights worth of sleepover. So they spent the night together. Friday night, that's the night they went to Skateland. The next night or the next day, which is what she's talking about here, which would be Saturday. So Payton, she goes by Bella at school for anybody that's like listening on the replay that missed that part this morning. There evidently were 2 Paytons in their class. And so you know how that goes. I know how that goes. You know how many people were named Jennifer in the 80s when I went to school? Yeah, I had to go by Jenny L one year. It was a nightmare. Anywho, I do not like that. I am not a Jenny. But anywho, so I think that so we're talking about 2 nights. She spent the weekend, essentially. They all spent the weekend together. And all of this culminated in what eventually turned out to be an attempted murder, but that happened on Saturday night. Okay. Oh, it was twin mattresses. How did they all sleep in a twin? She's probably not explaining it correctly. I'm going to have to go back and listen to it. And then maybe we can figure it out. But yes, chicken shite. She was really keeping track of every minute. Only one Violet. You're very lucky in that way. So many Jennifers back in the day. All right, here we go.
Let me sleep, because we were gonna do it then. And we didn't do it the night before. Morgan let me sleep.
Okay.
So we were gonna do it then in the bathroom stall and like sit around the toilet, lock the door, and crawl out and walk.
So when you guys were playing with the silly putty in the basement and stuff, is that when you're also playing dress up and talked about doing it in the park?
We got dressed up like for 5 minutes.
Okay. But that's when that happened though, like dress up.
Mm-hmm.
She went in, she was trying on a pink dress.
Mm-hmm.
And who brought it up? You or Morgan?
Last night we were gonna...
About the park.
Oh, the park. While Bella was changing into the pink dress, we kind of talked about it for like 3 seconds.
Sure. Whispered.
We're going to do it today at the park. That's what Morgan said.
Was there something about her in the bathroom? Down in the bathroom or something?
Yeah, there was a drain for blood to go down, and then we were going to sit her in the toilet, lock the door, and then leave for Nicolette.
I mean, the fact that they considered that there was a drain in the bathroom at the park for the blood to go down, that is a sophisticated level of thinking. It just is. I don't know another way to say it. I mean, there are adults who've committed crimes like this that aren't as sophisticated in the way that in their thinking, meaning running through what I refer to as the if, then, but clauses, all the different scenarios in which things can play out. And if this happens, then what? You see, but these girls did. I don't know.
So that would look like that A, she wasn't dead, and, cause.
Like in the bathroom stall?
Mm-hmm.
OMG. Okay, this is important. This suggests sophisticated criminal thinking. They were going to attempt to stage the scene. Would it have been successful? No. Anybody that, I mean, I think what they were talking about is sitting her, I can't even believe I'm going to have to repeat this because we're talking about a 12-year-old. Okay. They wanted to sit her on the toilet. So from the outside, anybody walking into the bathroom would just think that there was just somebody sitting on the toilet. The detail.
Okay.
And then, like, I couldn't do it in there. Morgan kind of explained, like, Slender and Proxy and all that to her, to Bella, while we were in the bathroom stall.
Oh, you guys, okay, so then you guys go out to the park then?
Mm-hmm. We all went to the park.
So Morgan asks Mom if you guys can go play in the park.
Mm-hmm.
And when did she take the knife?
She took it before we left.
Where did she get it from?
Her kitchen.
Was it in a drawer?
I don't know where she keeps her knives.
Okay, you didn't see her grab the knife?
No.
But how did you know that she grabbed one?
Because she showed it to me as we were walking to the park.
Okay. So Mom says, yeah, you guys can go play and in the park, and you guys leave, and as you're walking in the park, she shows you a knife.
Mm-hmm. She goes like that. I look at her, and then she lifts up her winter jacket, the white and plaid one.
Okay.
She lifts it up and shows me the handle of a knife, and the actual knife part is stuck. It was like right there.
Was it in like her waistband of her pants? Or?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was there. So then I look at her like this.
Okay.
And then she's like, and then she nods to me, and then puts her jacket back down, and I kind of calmly walk towards the park. I was trying to stay calm, but I was like shaking a little bit, like I am now.
Okay. And why did you start shaking?
Because I was nervous.
What were you nervous about most?
Seeing a dead person. Because the last time I saw a dead person, it was at a funeral, and it was my uncle.
Nervous is an interesting choice of words, right? She didn't use the word scared. And judging from the entirety of what we've seen thus far in this interrogation, when the word is incorrect, Anissa knows that Anissa's words are intentional and purposeful. She's using the word that she meant, right? She doesn't, because she was very quick to correct the detective when the detective said, okay, so Morgan asked her dad to go and pick up Payton. And Anissa very quickly corrects her, and she said she didn't ask her dad, she told her dad. So this isn't like, she's using the term nervous when she really means that she's scared. No. To her, and certainly you can be scared and nervous, right? But to me, she doesn't, it's not, and then there is this explanation, right? What were you nervous about? I was nervous to see a dead person. Not, I was nervous to have to kill somebody. Not, I was nervous to take somebody's life. No. I was nervous to see a dead person, which is also very intentional. That tells you, or me anyway, that she absolutely did not intend for Payton to be alive at the end of all of this. And that's what she was thinking. Scary.
So you guys go down to the park, and what do?
We, played around a little bit. Morgan kind of started freaking out a little bit, so I said, Bella, I need to talk to Morgan. She's freaking out a little bit.
What was she freaking out about?
Killing. She had never done that before. She's stabbed apples before.
Okay.
It was like chopsticks.
Okay.
But she never actually cut a flesh wound into somebody.
How was she freaking out? What was she doing?
She said, I can't do this. I'm too scared. You have to.
Did Bella hear this?
No, Bella was outside. I told her to go outside and play.
And this was in the bathroom?
And then Morgan started freaking out, so I had to hug her and calm her down. And then we told Bella to go back inside. Like, I was like, it's supposed to be, from what I read on the Creepypasta Wiki, it's easier to kill people when they're either asleep or unconscious. And it's also easier if you do not look them in the eye. So I asked Bella if she could, like, put herself to sleep. Is it okay if I have a blanket?
Blanket? Are you getting chilly? Okay. Yeah, let me get you one.
Thank you.
Yes, of course.
In other situations, I might have just wanted to like fast forward through this, but I think watching her when nobody's in the room is interesting.
Okay, I have an officer going to get a blanket for me. It's downstairs.
Thank you.
Yes, no, thank you for telling me. Okay. Okay, so you're saying that it's easier to kill when they're asleep or unconscious or not looking at you.
Because, like, when you look into a person's eyes, you can see yourself, and you don't want to be killing yourself, supposedly, so you don't look in their eyes. But when they're sleeping or unconscious, they can't scream, and they go around to make it harder for you.
Okay. So you asked Bella if she can put herself to sleep?
Mm-hmm.
When in the bathroom there? Is that what
Yeah, she was sitting, like, this, up against a wall, and I was sitting next to her, and I asked her if she could put herself to sleep. And then she said, no, I'm not tired, I can't do that. And then, so then Morgan called me over to where she was standing, which was by the sink.
Okay.
So then she said, can you try to knock her out? Because when I stand up for her every now and then, because Morgan's like prime target for bullies at school, especially Devin.
Okay.
So, like, one time Devin got too close to Morgan, and I kind of didn't like it, so I punched him kind of hard.
Yeah.
I gotta stop here because this is so telling, right? Initially, when Anissa started talking and explaining things, right? Basically, all of this was Morgan's idea. She kind of just went along with it. You know, she sort of made it appear, she tried to make it appear anyway, that Morgan was running the show and she was the follower. Morgan's the leader, Anissa is the follower. However, this is interesting to me, and I'll tell you why. Because she says Morgan is prime time. How did she put it? A prime target for bullies. And that he got too close to Morgan one time, this specific kid that Anissa says, bullies Morgan, and she punched him. Which is interesting because that would then suggest that when it comes to physical altercations, Anissa here is, for lack of a better word, the enforcer, which I think is quite interesting and explains a bit about their dynamic. Actually, this reminds me of the case that the movie Bully is based on.
He kind of started crying because he was like, he is constantly talking about.
And let me be clear, just this part of it, just the talking about, you know, so Marty, in that case, is the one that actually participated in the murder of his friend, right? But the dynamic that existed between Marty and his friend, whose name it's right on the tip of my tongue. I just cannot remember what his name is. It'll come to me. Just be patient. Anyway, outside of their friendship with other people, Marty was the physical enforcer at times, and the other kid physically bullied Marty. Now, I just always thought that it was just an interesting dynamic. And this is what this part of their dynamic reminds me of, that part of the case around the movie Bully.
Rape,
Yeah.
sex,
Yeah.
and Grand Theft Auto. So it's very inappropriate.
Okay. So Morgan asks you if you can knock her out.
And I will say, she's not wrong about the things that this kid has allegedly said being very inappropriate. Yeah, that's very inappropriate. You know what else is very inappropriate? Planning to murder your friend over what? Let's see, end of December. So January, February, March, April, May, 5 months. That's also very inappropriate.
Ian, what do you think?
And I said I can try, because like I said, I was like, she was wide awake right next to me.
Right.
So I kind of went like that to her forehead and banged her head up against the concrete.
Okay.
And then she was just like, excuse you, and pushed my hand away. So I said, sorry, I got bored and I needed something to do. Plus, my hands got really finicky. I lied.
So do you think that hurt her, or did it seem like it hurt her?
It didn't seem like it.
So you hit her slightly in the forehead and her head hit the wall. And you were doing this to knock her out so you guys could kill her in there?
Yeah.
Basically, and you asked her to fall asleep so you could kill her in there?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't like screaming. That's one thing I can't handle.
Okay. So, what happened next?
So then after that, I say, hey guys, why don't we go take a walk around the block? That's when I pointed out to Morgan the bushes, the trees and bushes and all that, and say, you can take her in there and do the deed. And then after we go into the woods, we say we're going to play a hide and seek. And Morgan is going to be the seeker. So we hide. I tell Bella to lay down face first in the dirt.
So you suggested
under her stomach.
Okay, so you suggested to take a walk around the block, and you pointed out the woods to Morgan and said
we could do the deed there.
Okay.
And then
Okay.
And then she says, I'm not laying on my stomach in dirt. It's all squishy and there are twigs and sharp rocks everywhere.
So you're going to play hide and seek, right?
Mm-hmm.
Play hide and seek, and then she was supposed to be the seeker, so To keep her eyes from being to see where you guys ran, you wanted her to lay down in the dirt?
No, Morgan was the seeker, and Bella and I were hiding.
Okay, so you told her a place to hide.
And
why did you want her to lay down in the dirt?
so that I could sit on her chest so that I could pin her down and get it done and over with, and then we could leave.
You're gonna pin her down?
Morgan told me to pin her down.
Okay. And
so she said no, so I kind of pushed her forward and sat on her hip, and then she said, "Ow, I can't breathe, ow, ow, ow." So then I got off, because she was making a lot of noise.
Was she kneeling already or something? Or?
Yeah, she was kneeling, and then I pushed her, she was kneeling like this.
Okay, hiding.
Thing with flowers and all that.
Okay.
I was standing right here. Okay. I pushed her over.
Okay.
So she's like this now.
Okay.
And then I sit right here on her hip while she's like that.
Okay.
And then she started complaining that she couldn't breathe, so I got off of her because she was making a lot of noise.
Okay. Okay. And what happened next?
And I told Morgan that she's not laying down, and then she said, "Tackle her and I'll stab her." And then...
Now, there was a time when Morgan gave you the knife.
And said that she couldn't do it.
When was that?
It was before.
I see.
It was after I tackled Bella and sat on her hip.
Okay. So you tell Morgan she's not laying down, is that what it happened?
And then she says, "Okay, tackle. Tackle her." And then I tackle her, and I get up, and then Morgan hands me the knife and says, "I can't do it. You know where all the soft spots are." I only know where soft spots are because I used to watch Doomsday Preppers, and it said that a hard blow to the stomach or the throat with a sucker in between your fingers can do some serious damage.
A sucker being like a knife or something?
No, a sucker being an actual lollipop.
Oh.
Can you talk for a second? Will you
Sure, just give me 1 minute. I think they're getting a blanket for her too, if that's out there. Okay, so you learned that on Preppers.
Doomsday Preppers. Sucker being an actual dum-dum sucker.
Okay.
Not code words or anything.
So Morgan gives you the knife.
And then I tell her she has to do it and to go ballistic, and then she asks when, and I said whenever you want, and she said I'm doing it when you want me to.
So hold on, so she gives you the knife and says you do it.
And then I give it back to her and say, "You do it, go ballistic." And she said, "Okay, I'll go ballistic when you say you want me to." I told her that I didn't care when she did it. And she said, "Whatever." So I started walking away, and then when I was 5 feet away, I said, "Now," and Morgan said, "Don't be afraid, I'm only a little kitty cat," and jumped on top of Bella and stabbed her repeatedly.
Okay.
She told me that she got her in the lung, right here, 6 times, and then in the leg a few times.
Okay.
And then she walked away covered in blood, and then Payton started screaming, "I trusted you, I hate you all." And then I told her to lay down and be quiet because I didn't want attention being drawn. So I said, "Lay down and be quiet, you'll lose blood slower." So then she laid down. Morgan tried to clean her wounds with a leaf.
Did she try to get up?
Yeah, she tried to get up. She said that she couldn't see, she couldn't walk, and that she couldn't breathe.
Payton was saying this?
Yes.
So after Morgan stabbed Payton, did Morgan just get off of her and start walking away, or?
Morgan got off of her when I turned around, and Payton was wobbling around, holding on to trees, saying, "I hate you, get help."
Okay.
And that's when I told her to lay down and be quiet. You'll lose blood fat slower.
Okay. But really, you just wanted her not to draw attention?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So then,
when Payton was being stabbed, was she laying on the ground, or?
Morgan pushed her to the ground face first,
Mm-hmm.
and went ballistic.
Okay.
And then,
So Payton somehow gets herself to stand up.
but she's wobbling, and then she collapses near a ditch, and then she says, "I can't see," and she starts kind of crying and whimpering a little bit. Then, and then Morgan tries to clean a big wound on her leg with part of a leaf, but it didn't help that much.
Why was she trying to do that?
Because before this, Payton was Morgan's best friend. Morgan was Payton's only friend.
Okay. So let me correct the timeline. All right. The sleepover and Skateland occurred on Friday night. They decided initially that they were going to kill her on Friday night. That didn't happen. So the next day, Saturday, is when they went to the park, and they did it at the park during the day, apparently. See, I thought all this happened at night. I thought they snuck out at night to do it, but they didn't. All right, here we go.
So,
Oh,
it was hard.
one last thing. This interrogation is taking place, I believe. Hold on, let me look. Okay, so here is, thank you to, special shout out to Down the Rabbit Hole True Crime for this, because Weier and Geyser were apprehended near Interstate 94 at Steinfeld's Furniture Store after walking 4.9 miles. There you go, Anissa. That's how far you walked. Okay, so that's how that went. All right. There we go. Thank you to Down the Rabbit Hole True Crime. All right, here we go.
For her to do that.
Okay. So what happened after she was standing there and kind of wobbling, and she collapsed down?
She said that she couldn't breathe, and then that she couldn't see, and then she started crying with no tears, but you could hear her cry. And then
what were you guys doing? Watching her?
We were slowly backing away because we took the opportunity to run.
Okay.
She couldn't see us, so we took the opportunity to run.
Did you tell her you were going to go get help?
Mm-hmm.
Did you want to actually get her help?
No.
So Natasha asks, sorry, but I believe I missed it. Did they pretend to befriend this poor girl with this awful intention in mind? That part is unclear. I'm not actually sure. But I'll see. Maybe it'll come out because the way that I understand it, okay, so this all happened May 31st of 2014. The plan began at the end of December, beginning of January. So that would be 2013, beginning of 2014. So there's 5 months in between. Anissa only met Morgan October of 2013. So I think, if I'm understanding it correctly, that Morgan and Payton were actually friends first and for longer. It's Anissa who's the new one to the group of the three of them. All right, let's keep going.
I kind of wanted to, but I knew Morgan wouldn't want me to. Because, like, we've planned this for a while. Like, 6 months. Can I have a Kleenex?
Yeah. Let me get you a, and that blanket, I'm sorry, hon, I don't know where I'm taking them from.
Thank you.
Let me see where the blanket is. My sergeant is right over there. Let me see which one you have. Okay, so we have 2 blankets. I asked for one and then it wasn't coming, then we got one and now there's another one. Are you warm enough or do you want some for your feet?
Can I have another one for my
Yes,
feet?
absolutely.
It's really cold in here.
I know, it's so, you know, these walls are, that marble floor, however you want it. Oh, and then the draft is right over. Do you want, should we move over, let's move over here, so you're not being blown on? You know what, I'll leave the table there. Go over the side. You can wrap your feet up.
How are they cold on the just balancing on them, or?
Okay, so where is the question that I went to the Googles for? Chicken Shite asks, was her defense insanity for trial? Yes. All right, let's keep going.
I don't know. It might be extrude on.
Yeah, it's just balancing.
That is a balance now.
Yeah,
Maybe there's a little glue to keep it on there.
yeah, I was wondering that.
Right. A little better that you're not underneath that hair.
Yeah.
I didn't know you're. Here we go. I'll do that. Do you want your feet on top? Yeah.
Thank you.
Wrap it up.
So much.
Good. All right, let's get these socks for you.
It's okay.
There. Better?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, here's what is going to happen. I'm going to just kind of write down, you know, you've been talking to me for a long time, and I really appreciate your honesty. That goes a long way with me, and I told you right from the beginning that, you know, I'm looking for honesty, and this is good. One thing I want to clarify is with the knife, was a knife ever taken from the house and put in a purse when you guys walked down to the park?
Not that I know of.
Okay. Did you ever grab that knife from the house?
I didn't touch it until Morgan handed it to me.
Okay. Okay.
Then I touched the handle. I think I might have touched part of the blade, but only the dull end.
Okay. And you guys were going to play hide and seek. That was the idea, right?
Cover up.
To cover up. Okay. So, okay. So I'm going to start this out. I'm going to kind of write it, but I'll read it back to you. I print, so you should be able to read it pretty. Do you write in cursive or no?
It kind of depends on if I'm like writing really fast, then I write from like sloppy cursive with regular print mixture.
Okay. And how did you meet Bella?
Morgan introduced me to her at school one day.
Okay.
4 months ago, I think.
Do you usually meet up with Morgan every day after school?
Only if our parents allow it, but we usually have to be home by like 7.
Okay. So yesterday though, after school you met up with Morgan and you guys got on the bus and and took it to the bus stop, right?
No, we got on the bus at school, and then at our stop, we got off, and then we went to my house, picked up my things, and walked over to hers.
All right, I got to correct something else. It's not it's kind of hard basing. I should have, but I didn't want to be influenced by what the media wrote about this. I wanted to hear it from the girls themselves first. And I wish that I would have at least done a little bit of more reading than I already did. But this interrogation is taking place on the 31st. So Saturday.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Where is Bella's body now?
Bella's at the hospital.
Okay.
I
I thought it was still out there, the crime scene.
Did you think that she died?
Yeah.
She is alive.
Okay.
How does that make you feel?
It makes me feel kind of happy. Kind of worried that, like, I'm just scared all around.
What are you worried about?
I know she'll never trust me again and that she hates my guts.
Yeah. Well, that's pretty serious what happened. She was very, very close to dying. Today.
Okay.
Very close. But the doctors were able to save her.
Okay.
How does that make you feel?
Good.
Makes you feel good that she's alive?
Mm-hmm. Will I be able to go back to school?
What day is it today? Saturday?
Yeah.
You know, I don't know if you're going to be able to go back to school on Monday. But at some point in time, you'll be able to go back to school.
Okay.
Okay.
How many stab wounds did they find?
19.
Okay. Well, you counted 17.
Was she counting out loud as she was doing it?
No, she was counting in her head, I think.
When did she tell you that?
I asked her where she stabbed Bella, and she said that she got her in the chest 6 times, in the lung twice, and then everywhere else. I know there was one on her leg, and I saw her like bleeding like crazy.
We need a palate cleanser, and that this comment's perfect for that. Michelle says, "Thank you, Jen Lou, for providing me with something wild to listen to while I drove. I'm at my destination, and I've got to stop listening, unfortunately. I will have to catch the rest on replay driving home." Thank you, Michelle, for providing us with a palate cleanser, because what we just heard was a lot, and it's very disturbing. And I want to be careful about, I'm really interested now in what Morgan has to say about all of this as well. So I'm excited for tomorrow when we get to that part, because I feel like there's a lot of distancing language being used here, and it's concerning to me. And Violet asks, was her trial televised? So yes, Anissa's was, by Law and Crime. Only they weren't Law and Crime then. They were called something similar, but not Law and Crime. So we will watch that. After we listen to Morgan's interrogation tomorrow, Wednesday, we start Anissa's trial. This is a lot. Wow. All right, here we go.
So in December or January, Morgan told you that you should be proxies, right?
Mm-hmm.
Would you say that creepypasta is an internet game? Would you say
It's like, it's a bunch of online horror stories on one website.
okay? That's a great way to describe it. And it's Slender is actually Slender Man, right?
Mm-hmm. And I think the website for the creepypasta Wikia is like, excuse me, sorry.
Yes.
It's it's Wikia or wiki.creepypasta.com. Does Morgan know that Bella's alive?
I don't know. I don't know if Detective Casey told her. So Morgan decided that it was going to be done on her birthday.
Her birthday was earlier. This was like a later birthday party.
Okay. Okay, so you're at your house, you're loading up your backpack with clothes. And then food and water, right?
Water bottles and granola bars.
And pictures of your family, right?
Mm-hmm. Picture of my mom and then a picture of my siblings.
Now, I have to just pause here for some commentary under fair use. I don't know why I was somewhat surprised at how detached Anissa was when she found out, detached and unemotional, right? When she found out that Payton survived, even when she's talking about, I know she is never going to trust me and she hates my guts. Even her affect during that was a little flat. And when she was asked about her, how does it make her feel knowing that she survived, and she said good, it came across, I don't know another way to say it, hollow and disingenuous. It did. I don't know why that surprised me, given the fact that she's been able to have this entire interrogation. She's been able to speak about all of this with there are tears, there's some emotion, which and yet talk about these details as if she were explaining how she likes her peanut butter and jelly sandwich made. It's odd. It's odd's not even the right word. It's disconcerting. Chicken Shite says, yeah, didn't she say that if Bella survived, her family would die? You would think she would be terrified. Yes, except for the fact that apparently during all of their 4.9 miles worth of, hold on, just during all that 4.9 miles worth of walking around they did, apparently Morgan had a nervous breakdown and asked Slender Man for help. No help was provided. And so now Anissa does not believe in Slender Man. So then in that sense, she wouldn't be afraid, right? Yes, Kimberly, thank you. This is exactly it. Kimberly says, yep, it sounded like she said that it made her feel good that she was still alive because she thought that's what she was supposed to say. That's exactly how it came across, as if that's not actually how she feels, but she knew that is the answer that the detective would want to hear. Ah, thank you, Michelle. Michelle says, Jen Lou, you're the best, and it's very disturbing. So disturbing. And it is a fugazi. Absolutely. Violet, absolutely. Oof. Mm-mm-mm. I would also say it's a foobar, fucked up beyond all recognition. All right, here we go.
And you needed this for the trip to Nicolay, right?
Oh my gosh, I can't even believe I forgot this part. When she asked about Payton, it's the word that she chose to use that's even more disturbing, right? She didn't say, where is Morgan now? She said, where is Morgan's body? And then referred to the park where this all happened accurately as a crime scene. Mm-mm-mm.
Okay. So you head on over to Morgan's? Payton calls and says, come pick us up.
Oh, you're right, Kimberly. I'm sorry. Peyton's body, not Morgan's. Me and this lady detective are getting the names all mixed up, which is really par for the course because, for me particularly, because I named my children, right? I know their names. My husband and I named them, right? But I call them the wrong name all the time, still. And I've known them their whole lives. So I apologize for that, though. I can't, it drives me nuts when I do that. I can't stand it when I misspeak about the victim and the perpetrator when I don't get their names correct. It really bothers me. So I apologize for that. I did misspeak. Anissa asked where was Payton's body, not where's Payton or Bella.
It honestly makes me feel a lot better knowing that she's alive.
Good. Does it worry you won't see Slender? Or do you think he does not exist?
He does not exist. He is a work of fiction. And I believe that people who say that they've seen him in person have read creepypastas and then recall memories of a strange tree and said it was Slender. Because I know that was one of the cases on the bus. I looked back at the tree and it was strange.
Yeah. Excuse me, you passed your sneeze on me.
Sorry.
Excuse me. No, I'm kidding.
Okay.
Okay. You ever heard that? You can yawn and you pass your yawn on to somebody else.
Yes, Tony, that's exactly what she said. Now,
Is it bad that I didn't
hold on a minute. We're going to rewind that question. Is it bad? Because I want to hear what she says without being interrupted, because I want to hear it in its totality, not just what she says, how she said it. I was willing to give a little tiny bit. When I say tiny, I'm talking about 5% of grace, right? In thinking, because I thought that a longer length of time had passed between when the crime was committed and when the girls were apprehended and are being questioned. I'm talking about, like, I thought that this had happened like late Saturday night, early Sunday morning, right? But that's not correct. We're talking a few short hours between them attempting to kill Payton, walking 4 miles. I mean, let's be serious here, okay? So let's say it took the girls an hour to walk a mile, and that's really slow walking, all right? But slow walking an hour a mile. We're talking about 4.5 hours between the time that they committed this crime, stabbed their friend brutally 19 times, although we only counted 7, or Morgan did, according to Anissa, which, that's another thing. It's odd to me. Let me finish my first statement. Okay, so we're talking about 4.5 hours between all of this occurring and them being in the interrogation room. That doesn't seem like a lot of time for you to have believed something for 5 months and then suddenly it's gone. Also, the stab count. There's something not quite right about Anissa asking that question. How many times was Payton stabbed? And then when she was told, her answer being, oh, well, Morgan said she counted out loud, and she totaled it at 17. I can't quite tell you exactly why. Like, it actually feels like Anissa is checking in on her own handiwork rather than checking to see if Morgan was accurate or not. That's how it feels to me. Oh, Yeah, Tony, I do it too. I do it with okay, there's my daughter has 2 cats and I have 2 cats. So there's 4 cats total. I call them all the wrong name all the time. All of them, bless their hearts. And poor Mac. Mac is the only boy and yet he gets called the wrong name too. Oh boy. All right, here we go.
Have an allergy pill all day and was outside. Is it bad that I didn't have an allergy pill all day and was outside a lot?
How are you feeling? Good. Do you just get kind of itchy and sneezy, or what happens?
Obviously crying, but my nose was a lot, but I'm fine. I don't think I have the same allergies as my mother.
Okay, so that's bad one.
Yeah. So, seasonal, regular allergies. I'm guessing Bella's in surgery right now.
She is out now. She's all done. So you woke up around 1:30 and looked at Morgan and said now, and she said no.
I had to wake her up because she was sleeping.
Wait a minute. Back the milk truck up there. Sorry, I didn't mean to tune you guys' ear. I didn't realize it unmuted. I'm having a little bit of a nut and honey trail mix for a snack. I apologize. It's super unprofessional and annoying and irritating to people who are wearing earbuds. I'm so sorry. That's a leak and a mistake. Let's go back and listen to it and I'll tell you why.
So you woke up around 1:30 and looked at Morgan and said now, and she said no.
I had to wake her up because she was sleeping.
This is wrong. Then this is a leak. Because earlier she said that the reason it didn't happen the way that they initially planned was because, quote, well, let me not quote her in case I don't get it verbatim. Morgan was being nice and let me sleep an extra 2 hours and 45 minutes. Well, were you asleep? Or were you awake and you had to wake Morgan up? Which is it? Because they can't both be true.
And she said no. Why?
Because it was too early. So Bella was like half awake, half asleep. Because I kind of made a loud noise, and at this point we were all staying in the same bed. And it took a lot to wake Morgan up.
It took a lot to wake Morgan up. Is it just me? Or Are you guys getting the impression from what Anissa is saying here that she was, for lack of a better word, wanting to get this show on the road, and that she seemed excited? Because that's how this is coming across to me.
So you got up in the morning, played around with some Play-Doh, played dress up. Payton went into that room trying on a dress. And that's when you discussed with Morgan, right? And that was when you planned to do it in the park, in the park bathroom? Okay. And that's when did you ask Morgan if you should do it in the park?
That's kind of especially it's called ATS.
And what did she say?
Morgan, after what?
And so was she game for that? Was she, when you're like, hey, we should do it in the park bathroom? She was like, okay.
Okay with that.
So then you guys went and ate breakfast, right? And then she asked her mom if you guys could go out and play.
After like 30 minutes of more Play-Doh playing and fake farm.
So Daisy Faye asks, I'm curious, is she and Morgan only children? I can't remember about Morgan specifically, but I know Anissa is not. She's got siblings.
So at some point, Morgan gets a knife. You don't know when, you didn't see it.
No.
And what does the knife look like?
It's a thin kitchen knife, like someone would use for cutting carrots for soup or something.
Or like maybe a steak knife, was that also?
Yeah, it looked like a steak knife, but it had a black handle with a gray stripe down the side. Are my clothes being cut apart?
No,
Okay.
they're being dried to ensure that blood is dry on it.
Okay.
Okay, 'cause, it can also be a biohazard, right?
Okay.
So as you walk to the park, was Payton in front of you or behind you?
She was in front.
Hang on, I missed that. I want to hear what she
So
asked her.
She was to the park.
Oh, okay. With a gray stripe down the side.
Hold on. Sorry.
That's kind of especially is called ATS.
And what did she say?
Morgan, after what?
And so was she game for that? Was she, when you're like, hey, what you doing in the park bathroom? She was like, okay.
With that.
So then you guys went and ate breakfast, right? And then she asked her mom if you guys could go out and play.
After like 30 minutes of more Play-Doh playing and fake farm.
So at some point, Morgan gets a knife. You don't know when, you didn't see it.
No.
And what does the knife look like?
It's a thin kitchen knife, like someone would use for cutting carrots for soup or something.
Or like maybe a steak knife, was that also?
Yeah, it looked like a steak knife, but it had a black handle with a gray stripe down the side. Are my clothes being cut apart?
No.
Okay.
They're being dried to ensure that blood is dry on it.
All right, I got what she said. She said, are my clothes being cut apart? She's quite fascinated with all of the processes, isn't she?
Okay.
Okay. It can also be a biohazard, right?
Okay.
So as you walk to the park, was Payton in front of you or behind you?
She was in front.
So that's when Morgan lifts up her, which side did she lift up?
Her left side.
And was she wearing a sweatshirt or a jacket?
She had a hoodie, and then a t-shirt, and then a winter jacket, the white one.
The white jacket?
Mm-hmm. I just realized something. If I don't go to school on Monday, that'll be the first day I miss a day of school.
You're kidding, you've never missed a day of school?
Never.
So KD says, asked if she was going back to school. Eye roll emoji. Her questions are well, I think they are just as telling as her answers, right? The questions that she asks. I think it's just, and I might be wrong, and I might change my mind in 20 seconds, but right now, based on everything that we've heard and types of other questions that Anissa has asked, I suspect that the question about school, if she was going back to school, I don't think she gives a rat's fat kneecap about going back to school. I think she had another intention for asking that question, and I suspect the intention for asking that question is to gauge how much the detective believes her in that she was just going along with what Morgan wanted to do.
last time I remember missing a day of school was because of my great-grandfather's funeral,
Wow.
and that was in third grade.
So when she showed you the knife, you kind of just, like, okay, kind of give her a
I
little
was like, I stared at her like this.
like, what were you thinking?
I was thinking, dear God, this is really happening.
You guys played in the park for a little bit and then went to the bathroom, or did you go right to the bathroom?
We went to the bathroom, and then Morgan said we should explain to Bella what's going on, and then
You did?
Morgan handed me the knife, and then she went behind Bella, like, they were crouched down. Morgan was holding her back, and Bella was very confused.
This is highly disturbing too. Telling the victim what's going on would elicit much more fear, I think, and I'm curious if that was the point of telling her in the first place. Number 1. Number 2, with the whole situation with the knife, right? If things are as Anissa says, right? When we take her at her word, Morgan was the one who came up with all of this. It was Morgan's idea. Morgan was running the show. She was just following, right? If you're the leader, let me ask it this way. Does a lion consult the antelope before hunting it? No. Typically, why would the leader look to the follower for, as if, is this the right knife, right? Or I got it? Is this good? Because it was more than just her showing Anissa that she had the knife. Also, let me rewind that because I want to hear that again. Just a second.
Great-grandfather's funeral,
Wow.
and that was in third grade.
So when she showed you the knife, you kind of just, like, okay, kind of give her a
I
little
was like, I stared at her like this.
like, what were you thinking?
I was thinking, dear God, this is really happening.
You guys played in the park for a little bit and then went to the bathroom, or did you go right to the bathroom?
We went to the bathroom, and then Morgan said we should explain to Bella what's going on, and then
You did?
Morgan handed me the knife, and then she went behind Bella, like, they were crouched down. Morgan was holding her back, and Bella was very confused.
So Morgan had the knife out in the bathroom?
Morgan handed
Sub Rosa, Anissa was released 4 years ago in 2021.
me the knife. She told me to keep it concealed.
Okay.
So I was still holding it, but I hid it behind my leg so that Bella couldn't see it.
Because you were going to do the stabbing originally?
Originally I was, because I supposedly knew all the weak spots of the person. Do you know where my parents are?
I don't know if they are at home or where they are,
Okay.
but they know you are here,
Okay.
okay? So Morgan hands you the knife.
And tells me to keep it concealed.
Where is Bella at that time?
We went in one of the bigger stalls.
Mm-hmm.
So Bella, say the door is here.
Also, I just wanted to update you guys. Morgan Geyser is scheduled for release the 21st. That would be Friday.
Bella was standing in the corner like this, and then Morgan pulls her forward, and then Morgan crouches behind her, and Bella crouches in front of her, and then Morgan held Bella's arms back.
Like, what was she trying to do?
She was trying to restrain her from moving.
And what did Bella think of it?
Her facial expression was confused, but she didn't say anything.
And what happened then?
And I said, Morgan, I need to talk to you, and that's when I said I couldn't do it. And then later in the woods, she told me that she handed me the knife and told me to stab her, and I said, I can't do it. I'm too squeamish. Am I ever going to get my clothes back?
I don't know if you're going to get those clothes back. I don't know if you want those clothes back. Do you want those clothes back? I mean, you can have them. You probably could have them back at some point in time.
Yeah, they
With
probably
the blood on it and stuff. I don't know. But
scared the crud out of me. I don't even remember where I got that blue shirt.
no.
Nope. Just found it in my closet and said, hey, I could wear this. I mean, black.
Why the winter boots?
Because I knew we might be walking through marshy, squishy, gross areas, and I didn't want to wear canvas shoes that leaked, so I wore my winter boots that at least had a plastic outside.
So you told Morgan you couldn't do it, and Payton was really confused. So you gave Morgan the knife back? Did Payton see any of it?
No, we went into the other stall and then talked.
What happened next?
And then I was restraining Payton, and then Morgan was gonna stab her, but then I forgot what happened, but we couldn't do it. Morgan had a kind of nervous breakdown, and that's when I sent Bella outside to go goof off. And then I had to start petting Morgan like she was a cat to calm her down.
And then what happened once she calmed her?
Then we went out to play for 10 minutes, and then I suggested that we go for a long walk.
This is also interesting. And I don't think that, I'm not sure that Anissa is really aware of what she just said there. So the plan is starting to fall apart, right? Morgan's freaking out. I don't understand this whole supposedly I knew where the soft spots were. That's not, to me, it sounds like what Morgan is telling her, if she's to be believed about this is how everything went down, which I don't believe at all. What I'm saying is I don't believe everything that she's saying is the truth. I think she's giving a lot of self-serving statements here. But if you're just going along with it, right? And the plan, and you didn't really want to do it, when the plan starts to fall apart, why are you, for lack of a better word, the freaking manager? Why are you making sure that the steps are taken so the plan can continue? Mm-mm-mm.
Okay, what happened next?
So then, after Long Walk, I pointed out the woods to Morgan and said we should do it there, quietly. And then, Morgan agreed with that, so I told Bella we were gonna play hide and seek. That was a cover-up. I mean, she was gonna hide one place, I was gonna hide another, and then Morgan and I were gonna be like lionesses chasing down a zebra. I was gonna tackle her, and then Morgan was gonna do the stabbing.
Wait. Back the milk truck up. Did they or did they not actually tell Payton the plan? Because if that were the case, if they had, because it's kind of unclear to me, so I'm curious about this. If they had told Payton the plan, right, then why would she then agree to play hide and seek?
All right. So you start playing hide and seek.
Mm-hmm.
Morgan is it, right?
She's counting. Then I told Bella to hide somewhere close to rocks. I remember there was one really big rock and then 4 medium rocks covered in moss.
Why?
I saw the rocks and I thought it would be a flat place and it wouldn't cause any other unintended injuries. Plus, I just saw the rocks and went there because it was flat and there was a lot of plants near it.
So you told Payton to hide near some rocks, and is that when you told her to lay down?
I said, get down so Morgan doesn't see you, and Payton says, you know I'm not laying down in bed. And then she just sat, and we were like 5 feet away from Morgan.
And your intention was to sit on her so she wouldn't be able to get up, right?
All right, I cannot let that last little thing go without saying something. She chose the spot because she was concerned about getting unintended injuries. That is a level of criminal sophistication that is effing scary.
While Morgan and I were walking towards Steinhofel's, she said, honestly, Anissa, I thought you would chicken out by now. Because I'm just supposedly I'm too nice.
So Payton wouldn't lay down, right?
Right.
So you tried to tackle her?
Mm-hmm.
Or did you just try to push her?
I told Morgan that she wasn't laying down, and she said hold, and then Morgan said tackle her.
Well, first you pushed her, right, and sat on her hip, and she's like, I can't breathe.
Mm-hmm.
That happened first, right?
And I told her that she's not laying down, and we
Okay.
said pin her down. I said, I can't do that. And Morgan said, fine, you do the stabbing, and she pushed the knife towards me, and then I said, I can't do that either, I'm too squeamish. When I started walking away, Morgan said that she wouldn't do the deed until I said she could, so I kind of started to walk away, and then I said, now, and Morgan said, don't be afraid, I'm only a little kitty cat, and then lunged for Payton, the ballistic.
So you got up and told Morgan she wouldn't lay down.
Mm-hmm.
And so, I'm sorry, what did she
And
say?
then Morgan said, tackle her or hit her down or something like that. And then I told her I couldn't do that, and she handed me the knife, and I said I can't do that either, I'm too squeamish. And then I walked away and said she was stab crazy.
Did you think Payton saw you guys talking about that? Like, she's giving you the knife, you're like, I can't, you do it, yeah, I'm too squeamish.
She was busy playing with flowers
Okay.
and plants and twigs.
All right, and so, I can't, I'm too squeamish. You gave the knife back.
Mm-hmm.
Morgan said,
I'm not doing it until you tell me to. So I said, fine. Started walking away, and then I said, now. And Morgan said, don't be afraid. I'm only a little kitty cat. And then started stabbing Payton. Was I going too fast?
nope, you're okay.
Okay.
You said I'm not going to until you tell me to. That's what she says.
Mm-hmm.
And you had said something before about saying go ballistic.
Yeah.
What was that? So
I meant go ballistic, go crazy, make sure she's down.
and that's when you start walking away.
Mm-hmm. And then after I got 5, 10 feet away, I said now. And then William said, don't be afraid, I'm a little kitty cat.
Go ballistic, go crazy.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think she meant by that? Don't worry, I'm just a little kitty cat.
She said that she was going to draw cat whiskers on her face if she became a proxy, and that would be her catchphrase, like with Jeff the Killer, it's go to sleep. Or,
So she was going to draw whiskers on her own face?
or put a cat nose on her face and say, don't worry, I'm only a little kitty cat.
So she went up to Bella, tackled her.
Mm-hmm.
Did Bella go down to the ground?
Mm-hmm. she went down to the ground and started screaming, "I can't breathe, ow, get off me."
Okay, hold on.
And then after, sorry.
Okay. Okay. Oh, I can't breathe. Get off me. What happened next?
And then after Morgan was done stabbing,
So that's when then Morgan started stabbing her.
then after that, Morgan got off, looked really scared, and said, "Hi." And she started like stuttering and freaking out, and then Payton started screaming, "I hate you, I trusted you." And then she tried walking, but she kind of fell.
Was Morgan standing like straddling her?
She was like, Bella was face down and Morgan was like this, stabbing her.
Over the, okay. So Payton was screaming then?
And then, afterwards, to try to keep her quiet, I said, sit down, stop, lay down, stop screaming, you'll lose blood, slower. And she started complaining that she couldn't breathe and that she couldn't see.
So she started screaming, "I hate you, I trusted you." She got up?
Yeah, she got up and tried to walk towards the street.
What street?
It was like a back alleyway. It was closed off.
Was it like a dead end?
Yeah, it led to the other side of the Big Bend
Okay.
road.
So she tried to walk toward the street and what happened?
And then she collapsed and said that she couldn't see and that she couldn't breathe. And also that she couldn't walk. So Morgan and I kind of directed her away from the road and said that home was this way, even though we were going deeper into the forestish area. And then
So she said she fell down and said she couldn't breathe or see
or walk.
or walk. And you had told her
To lay down and be quiet so the blood slower.
All right. Now, I think, where is it? Up here. Michelle L. says, whatever I saw on this years ago, I remember having the impression that Morgan was the leader. I never looked into it. This is the first I'm seeing of questioning. I couldn't agree with you more. I think by and large, the narrative has been with this case that Morgan was the leader. I don't think so. If that were the case, right? If the leader told the follower, you need to do it, then the follower said no, that would be an issue. The leader wouldn't just be like, oh, okay, I asked, you have the right to autonomy. You said no, cool. No, that's not how these types of dynamics work typically, right? Also, the plan seems at times to be going horribly awry, yet it isn't Morgan who does the things necessary to get the plan on track. Anissa is the one that's doing that. And then you have this added layer of Anissa telling Payton, lay still, don't stop moving around, stop screaming. You'll bleed out slower that way. Well, I will say this, Tony. Tony says, doesn't sound like it. And it sounds like, by reading that article, that Payton and Morgan got along fine until Anissa was added to the bunch. Two's company, but three's a crowd, especially with girls this age. That dynamic of we're the three best friends that anyone could have hardly ever works out at this age. It doesn't, hell, it doesn't always work out that great when women are adults. There's something about that whole situation, a dynamic that exists. I've not seen it in boys. Okay. Now, and I have two sons, but I've never seen it not work for boys. And it goes so horribly wrong as it does for girls. When there's, three girlfriends, three friends, usually doesn't end well. Never, I mean, this is obviously an extreme example of it not ending well, but I'm not 100% at all. To me, it actually seems like Anissa is the one running the show, not Morgan. The fact that Morgan wanted to paint or draw whiskers on her face and write on her that she was a kitty hat, not to be afraid, that's a level of disorganized thinking, clearly, right? Like it's clearly that clearly is an example of disorganized thinking, which tells me that I'm not sure that Morgan is capable of coming up with a plan that Anissa only needs to tweak.
Now we're going to get help.
But you really weren't gonna get her help, right?
And then also in the bag that was with us when the deputies found us, in one of the pouches there was like another singular glove that had blood on it that you find out. It was in one of the side pockets.
Okay. And what's the significance of that glove?
It had Bella's blood on it.
Who was wearing that glove?
Me.
Okay. And how did her blood get on you?
I kind of moved her away from the road, and her blood got on me and then on my shirt too.
So once she was standing up?
She kind of pushed me aside too, and I think her palm was full of blood, so she split through my shirt.
So when she was standing trying to get to the street, you kind of like redirected her away from the street because you didn't want anyone to see? Did you grab her? Like grab her arms?
And then there was a bunch of blood on my hands too, but it got washed off in a nearby stream. Morgan and I shortly ran after that into like this marshy area, and then we started walking along like a highway or something. It divides the one big bend and then the other. And then we dove into more reeds and all that, and then Morgan heard police sirens, so we dove into like I said, reeds, and then my gloves got wet.
And were you hoping that she was going to die when you guys ran off? Were you hoping she was going to die so you could see Slender? Is that the whole?
Part of me kind of wanted to just fail just because I hear about manslaughter and all that on TV, and it doesn't bother me much, but when I see it, it traumatizes me. But the other part of me wanted her to die, but part of me wanted to, the bad part of me wanted her to die, but the good part of me wanted her to live.
So you left her and you walked to Walmart, washed up in the bathroom. Then walked to downtown Waukesha.
We stayed on one road and walked the whole way until we saw the Veterans Memorial, and then we turned left.
Okay.
And then
Chicken shite. Please. Chicken shite, you're in my head. Chicken shite says, I think she was proud of her work. She is loving telling all the facts when she could have said a crazy man attacked them and Bella didn't get away, but they did. You're right, because it's not until way into this interrogation that Anissa learns that Morgan survived.
we walked up, we walked across the street, and then we walked up the hill. At the top of the hill, I asked for some water because it was really hot. And then Morgan and I were using the same water bottle because we wanted to save water.
I'm so sorry. I misspoke again. Payton survived. I was looking at chat and saw the word Morgan, meaning Payton. I'm so sorry, you guys. Payton survived.
We figured if we used the same water bottle, we would save water rather than us using different water bottles.
Okay.
That'll go down faster. So, and then we sat on top of the hill for like 5 minutes, catching our breath. And then Morgan said we should keep walking before the police catch us, and then we kept. And then we headed down the hill, and we kept walking straight.
And there are times that you got upset, and so did Morgan, right? You continued to walk until you reached Steinhoffel's, right?
And then, I think we kept walking in the same direction until I saw a familiar part of, like, edge of Waukesha and Pewaukee, that little area close to the Fox River where you met boats. I recognized that area because my grandparents live out in Pewaukee, and we go there, and that's the road we take. So, I recognized the road. I said, I know where we are, and there are two ways we can go. We can go up another hill and go right, or we can go straight. And Morgan said straight. So we crossed the road. And then kept walking. We heard people, so we dove into bushes. Plus it was really hot. So we kept walking through the bushes. And finally we stopped, sat down, and drank some more water. Then we kept walking straight through the bushes. And then, like, after like 150 yards of walking through grass and bushes and all that, I said, I need to sit down and drink some water. So we did, we sat down, and then I started having a nervous breakdown. I was looking at a picture of my mom, and then I started crying, I did like a total jerk and everything on Morgan.
You were blaming everything on Morgan? Do you think Morgan's completely to blame for it?
No, I don't think any of this would have happened if I had just told her about creepypastas.
Yeah. I'm going to read what I wrote down, and it doesn't have every single detail that you so greatly described to me in it, but it's just kind of a brief overview, okay? So you let me know if I wrote something wrong, okay? Let me stop you. So on May 30th, 2014, so that was yesterday, today's the 31st, okay? After school, I met up with Morgan, got on the bus, and took it to the bus stop. We walked to my house. I got my clothes packed, stay overnight at Morgan's. Morgan was having a birthday party and invited Payton and I. In December or January, Morgan told me we should be proxies. This is from Creepypasta, an internet horror story. Proxies are like puppets to the head guy called Slender Man. In order to prove ourselves to him that we are worthy, we need to kill someone. Right? Okay. When Morgan said we should be proxies, she said we need to kill Payton. We started planning. Morgan decided it was going to happen at her birthday party. I packed my clothes, food, water bottles, and pictures of my family. I needed this for the trip to see Slender in the Nicolet National Forest. We go to Morgan's. Payton calls and tells us Morgan's dad can pick her up as her mom can't until later. Can't drop her off. Drop her off. When we all get to Morgan's, we then go to Skateland. We had a good time, and Morgan wanted to go home. And this was about 9:30. We got home, played a little on our computers, then went to bed, all in Morgan's bed. I woke up around 1:30, looked at Morgan. She was sleeping. I woke her up, asked her if we should kill her now. She said no, it was too early. We went back to sleep. We got up in the morning, played dress up. Payton went into a room to change into a pink princess dress. I asked Morgan if we should do it in the park, in the bathroom. She was okay with that. We ate breakfast. Morgan asked her mom if we could play in the park. Her mom said yes. At some point, Morgan gets a knife, like a thin steak knife. As we walked to the park, Payton was in front of us. Morgan lifted the left side of her white jacket and showed me the knife, which was in her waistband. It was a black handle with a gray stripe. I thought, dear God, this was really happening. We went to the bathroom. Originally, I was going to do the stabbing because I knew all the weak spots. Morgan hands me the knife. I conceal it. Morgan went behind Payton. They both bent down. Morgan grabbed her arms to restrain her. I asked to talk to Morgan. I told her I couldn't do it. Payton was really confused. I gave Morgan the knife back. This was all in a different stall. So Payton didn't see. Then I tried restraining Payton, and Morgan had a nervous breakdown. I calmed Morgan down and suggested we go for a walk. After a while, I pointed out the woods and said we should do it there. Morgan said yes, so we suggested to play hide and seek. Morgan is the seeker. I told Payton to hide near some rocks. I thought it would be a flat place. I told her to lay down so Morgan wouldn't see her. I wanted her to lay down so I could sit on her so Morgan could stab her. Payton wouldn't lay down, so I pushed her and sat on her. She said she couldn't breathe, so I got up and told Morgan she wouldn't get down. Morgan said, tackle her. I said I couldn't. Morgan gave me the knife. I told her I couldn't, I was too squeamish. Payton was playing with flowers at this time. I gave the knife back to Morgan. That's right, I gave the knife back. Morgan took it and said,
That part, I'm too squeamish, reminds me of Gypsy Rose, literally the exact words that she used.
I'm not going to until you tell me to. I started walking away and said, go ballistic, go crazy. I said, now. Morgan said, don't worry, I'm just a little kitty cat. She went to Payton, tackled her. She went to the ground and started screaming, ow, I can't breathe, get off me. Morgan started stabbing Payton. Payton was screaming. Morgan got off her. Payton said, I hate you, I trusted you. She got up and tried to walk toward a street. She fell down. She said she couldn't breathe or see or walk. I told her to lay down, be quiet, you will lose blood slower. I told her we were going to get help. We really weren't though. When she was standing, trying to get to the street, I grabbed her arm to move her away from the street so no one will see her. We were hoping she would die, so I could prove people wrong that Slender does exist. We left her. We walked to Walmart, washed up in the bathroom, then walked to downtown Waukesha. She went to Payton, tackled her. She went to the ground and started screaming, ow, I can't breathe, get off me. Morgan started stabbing Payton. Payton was screaming. Morgan got off her. Payton said, I hate you, I trusted you. She got up and tried to walk toward a street. She fell down. She said she couldn't breathe or see or walk. I told her to lay down, be quiet, you will lose blood slower. I told her we were going to get help. We really weren't though. When she was standing, trying to get to the street, I grabbed her arm to move her away from the street so no one will see her. We were hoping she would die, so I could prove people wrong that Slender does exist. We left her. We walked to Walmart, washed up in the bathroom, then walked to downtown Waukesha, saw Veterans Memorial. We continued to walk until we reached the interstate. We stopped a couple of times. At times I got upset, so did Morgan. We continued to walk until we saw Steinhoffels. We went in and used the bathroom and got water. They had cookies and lemonade too. We left and made our way to the entrance to the interstate. We went to the bank. We went down to the bank. We went down the bank to cool off, and the deputies found us. Now, does that sound about right?
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything you want added or changed?
I also picked up 2 packages of fruit snacks at Steinhoff.
At Steinhoffels? Okay.
And then when you started explaining what proxies and all that were,
Yes.
could you add that Slender Man and Zalgo have proxies?
Zalgo?
Yes.
How do you spell Zalgo?
Z-A-L-G-O.
Zalgo also has a proxy? Has proxies? Is Zalgo like Slender Man?
He's supposed to be this demon with 7 mouths.
Oh, that's the demon.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And he actually has a few comic strips about him too. Like you can go on Google Images and search Zalgo Garfield comic strips, and it'll show like 3 Garfield scenes.
Oh.
It'll be like, what's the human's name?
The owner to Garfield?
Yeah.
I can't remember.
It was him sitting
Okay.
there reading the newspaper, and there was a cookie jar next to him.
Okay.
And then Zalgo has this saying that he chants in like English when the world's about to end. It's like, and then he has I forgot what the saying was. You can probably find it on the Creepy Costume.
Okay.
And search Zalgo.
Okay.
And so the cookie jar lid was opening up, and there was like there'd be black tentacles and an eyeball, like a red eyeball coming out. And then the owner is like, what the heck? And then the creature inside the cookie jar says he comes, and then that's like another one of Zalgo's spiel things.
Okay.
Says he comes.
He comes.
And then the next one, it was Garfield and the owner, and then the cookie jar, and then in unison they all.
Dave, I believe Dave is Garfield's owner. Let me look that up.
Said Dahlia.
Really?
Except the character is really weird. Like, Garfield has no eyes. Like, his face was, like, manipulated to look like a crack cloud almost.
Weird.
And then,
I can't do that, Garfield.
oh, John, it was John R.
John, that's it. Good call. Wow, good memory.
Thank you. And, John,
That's it.
his eyes were
John Arbuckle. That's it. Good job, chat.
completely black with a few white dots,
Mhm.
and they were, like, oozing the same stuff that comes out of Eyeless Jack's mask.
Okay.
Sorry. And, like, the whole background was red and black and weird.
So what I just read to you was the statement that, that is written here. Can you scoot your chair up here? So in the very beginning, these were your rights that I had read to you. Where it says sign, can you sign it for me, please?
Sure. I have your signature.
No? Oh, kind of like that. This is the first page where we talk about the proxies and everything. Could you go ahead? I'm going to have you sign each page, page by page.
I have the same signature as my father.
Do you really? Up here I put, as her mom couldn't drop her off until, could you just initial there so it doesn't look like I put that in after we're done here? That's what the purpose is. Okay. Now here I'm going to have use initial where I kind of goofed up some of my spelling. Just trying to spell the word gray. If you could sign.
Okay. I do kind of like that.
Yeah. A little bit different each time. Mine's different each time I find. So here you can see I scratched out 2 words. Again, would you be able to initial by it so it doesn't look like I changed your statement after? Yep. And then go ahead and sign it. Yeah. And I think this is the last page here. Yeah, and a couple more goofs here. Initial.
W.
And then 2 over here. And then 1 right here. And then if you could initial right after the period there to show that that's where it ends. And then sign it. Okay, thank you. So this helps us get your side of the story on what happened here, obviously, today. And it is a blessing that Payton is alive. It was scary for her. Where she was stabbed was near the heart. They did have to go in, an incision, and open up her chest and sew part of her heart to repair it.
Okay.
And then after that, they had to open up her stomach because her pancreas was cut. A part of her liver was cut, and some of her stomach.
Yeah, Morgan said she got her in the stomach.
So those were very serious injuries, and she was very near to death. So what you guys were trying to accomplish today was very close to happening. Okay, but the doctors were able to fix her. And
What about the big gash on her leg right there?
I'm sure they were going to be able to sew that up. There's no major artery from the leg right there. Raise up as you get closer to your pelvic bone. But yeah, this is pretty serious, and I know that you were worried about execution and stuff like that. We don't have the death penalty in this country.
Let's unpack this question and answer session, right? Like, she read through her statement. She had her initial, all the things, right? I think that the detective here is giving her these details because I'm sure that this detective has picked up, just like we have. Hold on just one second. I think the detective is giving her these details because I think the detective picked up what we've all been picking up, which is that these are the details that Anissa wants to hear. And I think that she's asking about this injury to her leg, right? And after she hears the injury to the stomach, she's blaming it on Morgan. I think it's quite interesting that she never intended to stab. Once they got to the park and everything was going to come to fruition, I think it's quite interesting that she is the only person that was wearing gloves.
You're 12 years old. I'm honest with you, I'm not exactly sure what's going to happen here. Okay. Something horrific happened today. And I know you realize that now.
I've read it.
Okay. But we've got to accept some responsibility here. And by giving me that statement, you're accepting some responsibility. You were very honest with me, and you cooperated with me, and that means a lot. That means a lot to Payton. Okay. So I'm going to go and talk to my supervisor. Okay. And see what the next step is. Can I get you another water?
Sure.
Would you like another water? Do you want any food? Can I see what I can get for you?
Sure.
Are you hungry yet?
A little.
A little? Okay. Let me see what I can do for you, okay? Do you have to go to the bathroom?
No.
Okay. Hold on one minute.
Wow. All right, you guys. So there you have it. That was Anissa's. Now, tomorrow we're going to listen to Morgan's, and then we're going to get into Anissa's trial. That was a lot. That was a lot. I'm really curious how the narrative became and stayed. I can understand how it would start out that way, right? But it's still that way today. That Morgan was the leader, and I don't see how anybody could listen to that. Now, that's me saying that right now. I haven't listened to Morgan's in a long time, and I don't think actually I've ever listened to Anissa's. I think I've only ever listened to Morgan's. And if I have listened to Anissa's, it's probably excerpts from, like that they played, like on 2020 or Dateline or, any of the other things that were done on this case at that time, news and stuff. I don't think I've ever sat and listened straight through to Anissa's interrogation. And I'm highly, highly, highly disturbed by it. And I don't see how anybody that listened to that can still think that Morgan is the ringleader. At the most, you have them as equal partners. Nobody being the ringleader. Wow. All right, you guys. Well, I want to thank you very, very much for being here today. If you haven't done so already, would you please do your girl a favor and give me a thumbs up on the stream? Join me back here tomorrow, same time, same place, 9 a.m. Central Standard Time, to listen to Morgan. And we'll hear what she has to say. tonight, I know that Melissa Jade is going live. I think she's got Letitia stuff. And also, Melissa and Allie are going live together on Allie's channel to do. Oh wait, no, they'll be live on Melissa Jade's channel, I think, with more of Casey Anthony. So, you guys have a fantastic rest of your day. I appreciate you being here. This is a doozy. Yikes on bikes. I'm glad I looked into it though, because it's got my wheels a turning. All right, you guys have a great rest of your day, and I'll talk to you later. Bye.